What's up, everyone, and welcome in. It is time for us to get this party underway. We're right here in the PUBG Mobile Global Open for the NA regional qualifiers to see who's all going to be making it in for America to represent the region over in the PMGO. Very excited to see what that is going to be bringing in. My name is DK. I am joined by no stranger to the scene, Nip. Sure, Nip, how are you doing today?
I'm doing excellently, DK. I am ready for a new round of action. We've loved what we've seen over the last few weeks. We got a great few days ahead of us, DK. I am ready. Let's get it.
Yeah, well, there's a lot to look forward to here today. Of course, we have all the teams from all the different regions that played through their respective regional qualifiers to make it into here. We've got USA, Mexico, as well as Wildcard that are all going to be stepping up to the plate to see who's going to be the teams to take up those select few slots. And of course, as we know, that is going to be the big stretch, right? We have 3 days of action, 3 days of insane gameplay coming through to see who will be the ones to sit at the top of the board. And of course, with this being the qualifiers, right, it is going to be another opportunity for those teams that have already made it to this point to now have the chance to earn even more bank before they make it over into PMGO, because I think they need a bit of bank to prep themselves up, right? We had this be the road to PMGO. Now this is, well, the road to EWC. So there's a lot of pressure riding on the shoulder here for the teams, and everybody has to step it up. But as we've seen across all their days of play, right, they've really been packing in quite a bit of a punch. I mean, if we look at a team like VIP Esports, for instance, they were able to secure themselves 6 winner chicken dinners. They were just on an absolute rampage coming through from the Mexico side.
That is insane, an insane stat to see. I mean, 118 elimination points as well. If we break down those points. So I'm very excited to see this team. How are they going to be shaping up against some of these teams that we've seen from the NA and the wildcard side, right? Because we did see some heavy hitters. I mean, one for me was Alpha for Legends, right, from the wildcard. Yep. They had 4 chicken dinners, 140 eliminations. I mean, 1 point difference between VIP and Alpha for Legend, right? So it's not a big difference, but still, definitely 2 teams that are going to be, I think, standout. I hope they're going to be standouts here, because they did so well in their own region, right? To come here and then to fall short would be really sad. So hopefully they can get what they need to do, done the work, done the effort, done the analysis, their preparation, and they are ready for this new scene.
Yeah, I mean, there's only one way to find out, because as we can see on screen here, these are all the teams participating across the board. We got 2 invited teams also stepping in here, right? As we know, only a select few teams from the respective regions made it in, so we are welcoming 9Z Globant in here, as well as Wolves Esports, right? They are going to be looking to shake things up a little bit, as there's going to be quite a few opportunities. I mean, you were talking about a few standout teams that we've seen, right? You mentioned the players coming through from Alpha 4 Legends all the way from that wildcard side. I mean, Mexico also quite dominant. We did see Vatic also playing a very good overall game here. The same could be said about Upgrade. Upgrade also securing themselves those 4 winner chicken dinner. So there's a lot of pressure on for quite a few of our squads, I'd say, right? Resilience, they also picked up 5. Now I want to see how much of that kind of momentum, that kind of pacing, and the performance that we've seen before is going to make it onto the battlefield starting today, because to some extent, there's a little bit of that unfamiliarity in here. A little bit of a surprise, so it is putting and placing a little bit extra stress and pressure on these teams to kind of bounce back and come in pretty strong right out of the gate. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what they are going to be doing here today. I mean, Fox also one of those squads that really performed quite well over on the side of Mexico. 122 eliminations from what we've seen up until the very end there. So pretty high standards being created by the squads. But now, can they replicate that? Can they make today be the day that counts for them?
That is going to be the big question today. I think we're going to start to see some of those answers being given to us, right, DK? Also, great thing to mention here is we got Wolves and we got 9Z Globant here. These 2 teams are invited teams, so none of the teams that we've seen over the last few weeks have had the opportunity to play against these teams in a competitive setting like this one, right? So it is going to be really interesting to see today how that's going to shape up for them.
Well, speaking about shipping up, here we go, shipping onto our map rotation, as we are going to be looking at the Rondo, Miramar, and Erangel wraparound to see how the teams will apply themselves. And that double dose of Rondo is going to be quite exciting. But now it is all down to who is going to be coming in cooking. Do you have any predictions as to who's going to be the ones to, or rather, let me ask the question a different way, right? Are we going to be looking at teams that are going to be dominating on a respective map, or do you think at least for the first day it'll be a little bit more spread out?
That is a really great question. I honestly, it could go either way. I think I would love to see it a little bit more spread out just for the rest of the team's sake. Day one, I always feel like has to be a preparatory day. So for me, I really hope that these teams all kind of have their own moments in the spotlight and are able to really get as many points as possible individually. Having said that, the way that some of these teams have been playing in their regions, you know, as like we said, you know, VIP, for instance, or Alpha for Legend, I really do think that they have probably the best opportunity to really just make that statement in the first couple of games.
Well, I mean, speaking about the first game, of course, if we look at how the teams performed overall, right, who have been the strong squads when it comes to the map of Rondo, there's a few teams that stand out, right? We've got Venture Inc., for instance, that sits with the highest overall average on the map Rondo. They've been able to secure 96 points on Rondo alone, right? That puts them on an average of about 16 points per game that they play there. So having 6 rounds of that, again, we could look at see them maybe secure potentially another almost 100 points just on the map of Rondo alone. So they do create quite a bit of an expectation coming through, looking to see whether or not teams look to capitalize on the map of Rondo, because we were talking about this back in the regionals, right, where the teams have this back-to-back Rondo opportunity to step in and really go pretty crazy, right? It allows them quite a few points, and if they need to play the catch-up game, I mean, that's the best place to be. I don't know what they want to try and catch up on the first match of the day, on day number first. Not quite sure. Maybe just try and, you know, set the foundation for the rest of that day. But I think a double dose of Rondo is going to be quite exciting. And based on the kind of just the pacing that the teams have been bringing in, I'm expecting some pretty brutal plays. If I'm not mistaken, I think the first match that we saw back for, I think it was Mexico, their first game, right, that there was a ridiculous winner chicken dinner that came off the back of that. Yes, I think it was 21 eliminations, which is, I believe, the highest that we've seen on Rondo in the Americas region so far, right? So Venture, they've really set the standard. They kind of proved that they are a super aggressive team. So I want to see if Fox Power or even VIP or anyone behind them from that same region is going to allow such a ridiculous start to the proceedings for today.
I can't wait. I just want to get into it at this point, DK. We're hyping it up for you at home, but we're hyping it up for us as well. I mean, Rondo, I love kicking off any event with Rondo. It's just such a high action game, and it really sets the tone for the rest of the day. So very excited to get into it as we get on board that plane. Choo-choo, all aboard. Wrong mode of transport, but it's fine. We're going into Rondo. Here we go. Kicking things off for the North America Finals of PMGO.
Yes. Let's go. Let's roll. Now, of course, we are just coming in, looking to see where the teams are going to look to get themselves situated. It does seem like we're coming in from that western side, and we are leaning a little bit more towards the southern side of the zone itself. So, an exciting start for our squads here. But of course, if you also want a bit of excitement, scan the QR code over on that left-hand side. Take a look at the Infinix GT50 Pro, because that is what the pros use. We're not pros, so we can't use it. But if you are a pro, hey, you know, there you go. But yeah, indeed, a very southern flight path to kick off the proceedings. But I'm curious as to where the teams are going to look to get themselves situated. I mean, we did see quite a bit of a play over in towards Dan Ching. We did see Yulin also receive quite a bit of love previously. And it does seem like the teams are especially focusing on Yulin this time around.
I mean, it is a really good spot to be in. And it is going to be right in the middle of that zone. So some nice preemptive moves coming in here from a lot of these teams. We did see this on NA as well, right, where Yulin seemed to be a really primary focus of a lot of these teams. Neox was more preferred by the wildcard teams, and that might be what we're starting to see here now. You see both the invited teams here in Yulin, but a lot of the other teams have moved over to Neox. So we got a nice little spread going on through here, and that's going to be Baton just coming in clutch there, getting that first knock of the game. I'm pretty sure that's the first one. And we're already starting to see some of those recalls coming through as well, DK. It has been, what, all of 2 minutes? The action's already started.
I mean, yeah, it says 2 minutes up at the top there, but I think it's like 20 seconds, right? Because that's pretty much how long these squads have been on the ground. So I like this pure showing of aggression that is rolling on through. Venture, nice approach that they have, sneaking up, trying to just bring a bit of that aggression in here, and especially with May Run, right? There's only so many buildings, only so much loot here to use. So you got to be, I would say, at least a little bit more selective with how you take these engagements, because once you run out, you're going to have to rotate a little bit to get into some more. And hey, if you can get it from an opposing team, might as well go for it.
Oh dear, that's Ventru losing all but one, so that's going to be a quick revive for them. But I was just thinking it's really going to be something to keep note of, as we are seeing this 1-3 split come through. That's the meta, right? That's the strategy to play Rondo on. But you really have to choose your recall carefully depending on how you actually play your game, what your rotational strategy is. So I'm going to be really interested to see if there's any teams that really repeat which recalls they go to, or is it sort of at random, you know, if they have 2 or 3 they pick from on any day. I'm really going to pay close attention to that, because I think that's going to be pretty instrumental as we go on through the days, especially, you know, as we get to PMGO finals, as we get to EWC, right? That's going to be super important.
Well, speaking about important, I think it's also important to look at what the Venture has been left with, right? What they've been, the hand they've been dealt in the start of this match. I think it's safe to say that they are most likely probably not going to get another 21 elimination start. So with 1 player up, 1 elim in the bag, that is going to require them to come back a lot stronger in the preceding games. But now it is going to be 9Z Globant, one of the invited squads here, finding themselves in a bit of a situation, a bit of an altercation out on the hills. How did Wolf get up there though? That is a very interesting spot. I mean, maybe that's a very good landing position, right? You can only land there once, and that's kind of the only time that you can look to get in there.
Perhaps, but Cole's got to be super careful, because however he got up there, he's going to be able to see him. Great. Oh, wow. Cole coming in clutch there. Great spin over on to the side of Son of, straight out of Nepal. And this is going to be a full altercation coming in. Meanwhile, that player of Wolves is just like, okay, well, they're up there, and they're just going to chill and watch this happen. Watch this all go down. So that's going to be that elim feed moving pretty quickly as we move back over to what's going on actually inside of Yulin.
Well, only time will reveal what is going to be cooking here, and who's going to be the team to plant their flag right over here. The zone, of course, is going to be closing in as well, so it is going to be applying a little bit of that pressure. But fortunately, Yulin is smack dab center zone, so the teams don't have to worry too much about it. They can focus on the engagements and, of course, try and play for those reses. VT bouncing back as the whole squad has been brought back onto their feet. Equinox, though, finding themselves in a very similar situation here. But not quite sure if Meng is going to be the one to push on forward, or maybe just keeping that central point for the team to rotate up onto. For Baton, I think this is a very interesting spot. I'm curious to see exactly how Baton is going to look to get off of that position, right? Because, I mean, one wrong step, and that's you getting knocked right on down. Fortunately, the rest of Wolves are here, so it's not going to be too much of a worry, though.
No, it's not going to be a worry. What I did notice is, though, that he doesn't have that much ammo left in his arsenal there. He's just got over 30 bullets. So I think that position is definitely going to be more of a informational position rather than an angle that he's going to try and use to get any more eliminations. So that's a nice little bit of info being pushed through, and Remix now taking out Demon. That's going to be, goodness me, actually 9Z farming at the moment. 6 eliminations so far. Cole's got 3, Remix has 2. And again, the half-second reaction times coming in here on these teams, on these players. Really, really good stuff that we're seeing so far. What, 6 minutes in, 7 minutes in. Really good stuff already.
Yeah, and I'm expecting quite a bit more of that to come on through. Now it's going to be up to Becca. pushing a little bit further on the wayside here. Maybe going for more of a southern approach, but of course we'll find out exactly where they will look to move up towards. So far everybody is still holding on. Equinox still left with a solo. Maybe there is going to be a potential res attempt at some point. You can see the team bounce on through here, but it is now just that situation where we sit and wait for the next minute or so for the teams to get themselves situated to move up. Jountin though getting a little bit of love there as R8 has moved in that direction, but look at 9Z though, they are just trying to light every engagement up as Sun already are getting hit and not quite sure whether or not that was planned, at least for them. I mean, I don't realistically think you would plan to get knocked out, right? You want to try and rotate into a good secure position, but yeah, I like this what the 9Z Global Bunt is bringing in.
So do I. This is a really interesting tactic that they're going for. We've been seeing so far in these Rondo games that these teams, they go really hard in the beginning, then they go and they get their revives, and then they make their rotations as normal, almost as if it was just a smaller Erangel, for instance. What we're seeing here from 9Z is actually them moving in and just taking advantage. They're not trying to get any sort of position. You know, these other teams are looking for a position to hold. They're thinking about the end game. They're doing this quote-unquote properly, right? But for 9Z, they're using the terrain to their advantage to just roll around, find those solos, find those stragglers, find those players that are trying to get revives, and take them down. And so far, it's really, really working. 7 eliminations on the board. Becker, though, might just have a taste of his own medicine here, as that straggler does get taken on down, so they're going to have to find some sort of revive pretty quickly, because now stage 2, it's not a small zone, but because of the hard shift, it does mean that there's going to be a lot less space for these teams to move around in, a lot less time and a lot less space to get those revives.
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of part of what is happening as we progress further into these phases, right? The teams really need to then turn put a bit of focus on that point, right? You don't want to get caught out. And I'm not quite sure what Chino is doing all the way out here in Miramar. As we did see, the zone has moved up. Stage 3 is going to hit very, very soon. So Esket, they've got all the way back in towards safety. But again, I want to see how these strategies are going to look to pan out, right? This is a great opportunity for Apex to bring a bit of a strong performance in here. And if we look back at what their average kind of is, right, they've not been able to secure, I would say, necessarily insane amount of points over on the map of Rondo. So this is a good opportunity for them to kind of change up that proceeding, right, to start off the first match on a much stronger footing.
I'm very curious to see what Remix is doing here, though, because that was definitely not a misclick spray. That's not one of my sprays, right? So they are currently in the EMP zone. That means that their vehicles cannot move. They can't do anything here. And they're pretty surrounded by a few teams. I don't know if maybe he's trying to get some sort of bait move coming in here or something. That's a very interesting tactic, but never mind. Havoc is going to be going on down to that nade, and that's going to be Upgrade versus Sun straight out of Nepal. Moving on in here, and that's going to be those nades just flying on through. Baby Tank on the offense here, trying to get something done against Sun of Nepal. He's like, nope, how dare you take away my teammate? You will pay. Is that going to land? Not quite. Little bit too much cover for this team.
I think it's a pretty good utility usage coming through from the side of Upgrade, right? Trying to at least keep Sun out of that window. Oh, you can't fault what Russell is doing right here. Quick on the reactions, cooking up the nades and trying to lock Baby Tank in. Ooh, but there again, Baby Tank just on the money. Unfortunately, not enough of that to hold him in this engagement. But 9Z also still looking to be quite relentless here. I mean, Remix just looking for a little bit more of a southern setup, and Sun will have to try and do something here to potentially maybe contest if they want a safe rotation. But Zone 3 is getting ready to hit, and here we go. Center zone again, right? Feeling a lot of that pressure building up, but Wolves surprisingly taking quite a bit of a backseat approach here.
I think, if I remember correctly from the last season, that is definitely something that they did last season as well. This is characteristic of them. So we are going to be seeing them come in a little bit later, and often that has worked very well in their favor. I'm also interested to see what NG pros are going to be doing. They're even further out of the zone. You know, they're holding way back. In fact, it's a 3-1 split right across the map here coming in out of the blue. So I want to see where they end up for sure, as the rest of these teams really just going to be trying to defend those positions, right? Going for that more normal strategy I mentioned earlier, that they're just going to be finding a position, trying to find a good spot in zone, and then they're going to defend it, much like Straight Out Nepal are doing. Sun Esports coming on through here, 4 eliminations. Demon did go on down. 9Z were able to pick him up right after the revive, which is super unfortunate. I'd be so frustrated if that happened to me, DK, but it has happened to Demon, and that's just going to be 3 left alive. But so far, they're doing a great job of defending.
I mean, rotations are always quite difficult to pull off, right? So, yeah, it is frustrating. Sure. It does upset the strategy or the plans ever so slightly, but I mean, of course, they'll be able to bounce back from that. Now, we are going to look over on towards Team Equinox here to see what they're going to be bringing through. An interesting edge zone position that they have, and I mean, it does seem like they've been doing quite a bit of that rotation, right? Coming in straight from that western side, pulling up in towards, I would at least say, the players there from Vatic, but is that going to turn into anything for them in the long run? Now, it's going to be Region 8 also trying to set up a bit of that territorial claim. Jimmy and everybody just falling back in behind the buildings. But now it's for 10's Jelly to see, can they find that 10th position to get the nade situated? And oh, so far, it seems like the answer is yes, as Region 8 are just absolutely obliterating the opposition here.
Love to see this. We saw Nika and 10's Jelly be able to do so much work in their region, and now they are back again. It wasn't just a one-time thing. Jelly coming in there with another shot, very clean onto Shelby, who, to be fair, also had a really good weekend the other day. And so it's really nice to see both of these teams being able to do a little bit of something here. I mean, Equinox up to 4 eliminations. Yes, they lose 2, but, you know, still able to get pretty decent eliminations, pretty decent points on the board already. As we still have all 16 teams left standing here, DK. This is going to get very messy very quickly. I feel like last time we commented on some of these teams, I really feel like a lot of teams went out a lot earlier.
Yeah, but I mean, they are all playing with different objectives in mind, I'd say, right? They want to try and survive. They want to get as many points as possibly available to them here. So they don't want to go out too early, but unfortunately for Equinox, they don't have too much of a say in that, as they are going to be our first team to get the ticket punched. But that is just the way it goes. At least 5 eliminations is what they walk away with. So a very decent showing. Now we get to see what the rest of the lobby is going to do, right? Will we see Resilience give a few points? Maybe Fox can do a little bit of something. Or we can see VIP also trying to plant their flag somewhere. NZ Pro, though, interesting setup that they got all the way up in towards the north. I mean, they've been rotating as well, right? Quite a bit of a move coming through from that far northern side. It doesn't seem like they are too bothered with rotating up into zone just yet.
No, that's an interesting play, really, to be coming in with here. It makes a lot of sense to me, right? It's what Wolves were trying to do until they just full sent it into a team with no info, which I'm confused. But for NG, definitely is going to be more that stand back approach, that more of the, you know, y'all fight, we're not going to get as many elims maybe, but we are going to get that placement, and if that's what's really important to them right now, then that's exactly the play they need to be making.
Well, you got to prioritize the strategy that is going to work best for you here. And I mean, Wolves, as we know, no strangers to getting themselves caught in a bit of a sticky situation, but can they unstuck themselves at this point, right? There's quite a few squads in the surrounding area, and I was actually waiting to see how long is it going to take until this situation, this position starts to boil over. Of course, as we know, not too long. Here we have it. The Wolves now sitting on their 3rd elimination. But this is where the pressure comes now, because I'm pretty sure all the teams here know that there's somebody stuck within this compound, right? So we could expect quite a bit of that utility play coming through. And I mean, even for upgrade, it's not necessarily going to be a very easy situation to try and fight through.
No, not at all. They've got wolves right next to them. They're being directly challenged, and you know that there's going to be teams on the outside of that compound who are just waiting for that opportunity to strike. So definitely going to be a difficult position to be in for them, and I will want to see how that unfolds. But we're on board with resilience right now. Fernandez, last player alive, 2 eliminations on the board. He's got to survive just a little bit longer, but looks like his vehicle has been spotted. He's gonna go straight to another team. Oh no, DK! I think this is the end of the road. Oh, don't do that. Don't crash a tree when your vehicle's on fire. It's not gonna go well, but he is gonna get spotted. And that is going to be resilience taken away. Out and down. 2 points on the board. Still, not bad. Not that bad. Okay. Am I want to say it's not that bad, DK, right? Because it is more points
Not
than we're
that
seeing
bad,
half
yeah.
the lobby get, but 2 points at the end of the day is not what you want from a Rondo game. So perhaps it is a bit bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, yeah. It's like broccoli, right?
It's
I
like
mean,
broccoli.
You eat it because you have to. It's in your plate. But yeah, you know, it's one of those things. Maybe put a bit of cheese sauce on it, might change the taste of it. But either which way, speaking about food, let's see who's going to be eating well after this match. Is Venture Inc. No, one of the teams we are expecting to come in with quite a bit of a statement on Rondo. Find themselves with only 2 eliminations and a somewhat occupied northern position, right? It's not going to be the easiest rotation for them to pull off here, especially now with VIP situated just up towards their northern edge, but it does instead seem like they are rolling into the oven as they go out looking for a fight, and they get dealt dirty right up on the north.
That was the easiest squad wipe I think I have ever seen. I mean, VIP are chuckling right now. They are like, well, thank you for the points. I mean, we went from 1 elimination to 4. VT, come on. You put all 3 of your players in one vehicle. I mean, I suppose desperate times, desperate measures, but my goodness me, not the outcome we were expecting from this team, let alone any of these teams at this level, I think, but it is what it is. It's only game 1. They have time to make amends as the zone is going to hard shift again, this time towards water, DK. This means that now zone 5 is more like zone 6.
Yeah, I mean, it's only at least 1 zone shift up, so it's not going to be all too hectic, all too crazy, but VIP, they got to watch their backs, right? They are trying to defend this northern side, and there's so much contention here with the Wolves lasering in all the way from center zone, and then, of course, Sun trying to breach, so if you're Victex and well, their teammate Milos, right? You might want to maybe try and find a different way to get through this position. And now it's going to be Alpha looking to move up. We do see Vatic also being the next team to go down. So there's so much starting to happen across the board. And it's that big old snowball effect that we usually and almost always see happening. A little bit of silence in the beginning, and then just absolute chaos as it erupts on the screen.
How many smokes are there in this one area? My goodness me, it's like the whole lobby's here. There's so many teams. There's cover flares coming through, some great sprays with that P90 that we saw a minute ago. Lots of, yeah, here we go, another spray coming on through. They're all 1 HP. Okay, there we go. Finally, Spen's able to do something here. And that's going to be VIP down to just a solo. Wolf going down to some nades in that Elam feed. Like, it is all popping off right now as Victex going to try and do something. Ooh. Down he goes. Oh, and he gets that Elam right before he goes down himself. A nice little cleanup. And that's going to be VIP and... who was that? Strand Nepal, I believe, coming in there, going on out. And that's going to be now Wolves, somehow still in a compound. They pushed blindly. They managed to be able to secure a building for themselves, and now they're starting to wreak havoc on all of these other teams. Wolves, man, they know what they're doing.
Yeah, they definitely do, right? They are hungry and eager, and they are going to look to put up quite a bit of a fight. I mean, they still have 3 players up, so that is a phenomenal spot for them to try and work through. But speaking about spots, let's see where the teams will have to go, as the zone is going to get ready to pop yet again. 9Z also still being pretty determined. I like the focus, the pressure that they are looking to apply here. But with that zone taking a shift down towards the slightly more southern side, right? This is especially where Alpha 4 Legends, they're going to be beaming, right? They've got a phenomenal setup right here.
They do. I'm interested to see them, but I'm also looking at some of these teams on the outside, right? That's who I really want to focus on for my personal spectating, you know, but put my analysis eyes on. I'm like, okay, where are they going to be coming in, right? You've got 9Z, full squad of 9Z, by the way, still managed to not lose any players. Right on the edge here, they're going to be trying to get rid of Apex. You've also got that other team onto the right-hand side there. You got Evolution coming on through, and this is where the push comes in. Apex trying to do a 2-2 push here, and it's just not working. Remix able to crush them, take them on out, and now the more sprays coming through again. That's 2 for 2. Easiest squad wipes ever. What is happening, GK?
I mean, and strangely enough, right, that was coming through from Remix's squad again, right? So I don't know what they got cooking over on that side, but hey, I want me some of that because it seems like it is working. It's drawing players and squads in, and now it's gonna be Fox Bauer feeling that sting as well, as they have so much spice. But can they get themselves out of harm's reach? The grenades just bouncing up relentlessly. 9Z, they are just turning it up. 12 eliminations already. They are trying to run away with this lobby.
They really are. I mean, we discussed before the game, right, whether these teams were going to be trying to go all out or if it was going to be a little bit more even. For the rest of the lobby so far, it's looking like it's going to be even, except for 9Z. As long as you don't run over your own teammate. Oh my goodness. Never mind. As soon as I say that's down to a solo, I just shouldn't speak. This is kind of crazy, but it is good for Remix. Okay, so Remix is the one player that you do want on your side. If you got to just have one solo, if you're only allowed a solo, it's going to be Remix. That's who you want, but he's got such a tough crossing to make. He's trying to get that smoke road going, but he's got 3 teams on one side, and then you've got another team on the other with high ground. This is pretty much an impossible situation to get out of.
Well, I mean, nothing is impossible just yet, right? These teams, they're going to be cooking it up. But 9Z Remix is going to face quite a bit of a challenging time trying to survive up on towards this northern edge outside of the zone, and now poking at a few bears up ahead. Can he survive though? Yep, no, unfortunately, they are going to get wrapped right on up as the Wolves lay in the final few hits. At least 12 eliminations and placement points is what they will have to show for this game. A very exciting match so far. But now this is the chance for the Wolves to come in swinging, right? They do have, I think, quite a bit of an interesting position up on towards the north. All the teams, of course, situated just up ahead of them. And some easy claps coming through here for Matrix.
Very nicely done here. Upgrade. They've held on to this position for so long, but now you've got an MG3 in the mix. You've got a full team running at you. You do have the shotgun on your side, so there is a little bit hope here. Never mind, Hope 23 is going to go on down. Psycho is the next up to the batting block here, but the whole team is running after him. I know this panic. I know this adrenaline, but he did get 2. Gets 3! Full squad wipe from Psycho coming on in. Absolutely clutch here. The Wolves have to go whimpering and limping back to that lobby because Psycho coming in clutch there told him who is boss.
I give that man a glass of water, right? Because he's shaking. He needs some sugar water because that was sweaty. But now it's going to be Fox Bauer trying to do a little bit of something over on towards the western side of Zorn, right? They're not quite safe just yet. And they do have the Alpha 4 Legends up ahead of them. So that might be a little bit of a tall order. I mean, looking at the position here for Alpha 4 Legends, like, they are beautifully set up. I don't quite think that they're going to get jumped anytime soon. I mean, they've got the setup. They've got their backs covered on up here. And if Fox try to push over the hill, well, that happens, right? There's a great opportunity now for Alpha to try and close it up and just make sure that at least the western side is theirs for the time being.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how Evolution are going to be playing this. 3 eliminations. It's not the highest score that we've seen in this game by far, right? But they are playing for placement. They're playing for that position. They're playing for a win, and they know that they want a win. This is what this is telling me, is they need a win in order to get that momentum. They're trying to build it early, trying to get that confidence early in a lobby full of some big players here, some big names. and they're doing it in style. Really, really well played, well executed from them. Upgrade using these cover flares, using those smokes, trying to get something here. And it is going to be now, what is this, a 3v4, v1, v2, but everybody's on that south side, and actually, they might have to be careful here. Upgrade suddenly seem to have been left to themselves, actually, because it is going to be those teams, oh, never mind, moving through, but those nades, nice nades, just to keep them on the edge, keep them, you know, from going, oh, they're not looking at us. It's just to keep them on their toes, and now the full barrage is coming through. Very well played.
Well, yeah, but I think Fear, well, it has to face it very soon. The music, right, it's going to start ringing in the background. It does seem like, well, Evolution, they've got this one locked down, right? They've got the spread, they got the positioning. But now can they pull it out of the bag here? Beautiful quick reaction there as Fear gets traded on down. Havoc's now going to be trying to hold on, but unfortunately I think he's going to get popped up by that nade, as we'll see pretty soon what is going to unfold here for them. But Havoc's now quickly trying to just juggle so many things at the same time, as well as trying to squeeze up in towards the zone. But unfortunately it is going to end for them right then and there, very quickly and swiftly. Now, Alpha 4 Legends, and of course the side here of Evolution Gaming. Both teams trying to contest, but it is the Alpha going down. Evolution evolves the gameplay and takes that winner on a chicken dinner. But Nep, what a super sweaty game this has been. I mean, we did see some pretty hectic elimination counts coming through here.
We really did. Everybody has such, I won't say unique style, but everybody's got their own style. It's very clear who likes to play what, right? It's really, really nice to see Evolution able to win a game in their style, their way, the way they wanted to, and in such control as well. I mean, the way that they made sure that no team felt comfortable getting any closer to them in those final few stages was really, really nice. Love to see that from them. Fantastic game. Really, really good stuff. Can't wait for the next one.
Yeah, I mean, then on top of that, we got, you know, like the Sun coming on in with double-digit elims. We did see 9Z also just bagging an absolute hat trick there. So I appreciate what the teams are doing here. First match, first day, trying to be as aggressive as they can, which I think is a good pacing, because especially in a lobby like this, right, you don't want to give anybody the opportunity to get the upper hand. So you got to let it all loose, just come in and hit as hard as you possibly can. And I think they brought it, right? I think they brought it pretty well onto the battlefield.
No, I agree. I think they did a phenomenal job. A lot of them. We had a couple of moments where I was like, all of you in the same car? Okay, it's fine. But for the most part, everybody had a really, really good game. I'm very excited to see how it's going to be evolving as we get further on in day one, because that's just game number one, right? That's the first game of the first day. There's so much more that we've got to come here, so much more that these teams can settle. Like, this is them, you know, where adrenaline is peak, right? Where it's like, okay, first game, we've got to make sure that we make a statement. Now, as teams will start to settle as these games go on, I'm very excited to see, you know, how those strategies will evolve.
I think if a few squads here start to get comfortable, that's where things are going to get a little bit uncomfortable out on the game itself, right? I mean, when they really go like, you know what, let's go. Right, they're ready to roll. They're going to bring the heat, and I'm excited to see that heat roll through. So far, it looks like we're going to be looking at a pretty consistent turnover from what we've had within the regionals, now making it up into the big playoffs here today. So I'm excited. All we have to do is sort of wait to see what pure insanity the teams are going to be bringing in. And of course, as you said, rightly so, right? It's just the first match of 18. At least we're not going to be looking at 18 games today. Only 6 of them will be happening here. You know, we can't put the teams through that much stress. I mean, we don't mind, right? But 18 games in one day, yeah, it's going to be an exciting show to watch indeed. But yeah, so first game, the statements I think have been made to some extent. I think moving into game number 2, that's where we'll see how the other teams that have not yet necessarily had that chance are going to look to respond. And respond they will. I'm pretty sure of that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I am very, very certain that we're going to be seeing some upsets, perhaps. I mean, we see it often, the winner of the first game or a winner of a game often goes out early in the next one. It is hard to keep that momentum built game to game like that. However, the way that some of these teams are playing, I think specifically Evolution, for me, this team snuck in and they came out of nowhere. And yes, there were a lot of teams fighting, but to me, I want to say that this team knows how to avoid other teams or figure out where the hotspots are and then avoid them and be able to take up control while nobody's looking. And to me, that's so, so important. So definitely going to be looking to them as we go over into the next game, as we go over into the match standings. You see that control being converted into points. Remember, they went into like stage 6 or 7 with 3 eliminations. That was it. They turned that into a 17-point game. So very well strategized by them. AFL and 9Z coming in right behind them, though, with 13. And then we see Entity with 11, straight out of Nepal with 10, and the list goes on. So still very, very close points-wise here. Only 10 between first and 7th place right now. So yeah, game 1 is going to be super close. Nice to see that there were a few teams that stood out, but not just 1 or 2.
Yeah, and I think we got to see that a little bit more consistently, especially in the first half of the day, right? The team's trying to establish their dominance, right? They want to figure out where they fit into this big puzzle of 18 matches that we are going to be looking at. Because realistically, at the end of the day, right, they're all fighting for qualification slots, right? That is what is up for grabs here. So I like the pressure that they are bringing in. Of course, starting us off on the next page is going to be VIP all the way up in that 5th place, but everybody is walking away with points, right? Even NZ Pro, all the way in 16th, also bagging something along the way. And on the other hand, of course, it is Rondo, right? So if a team doesn't score points on Rondo, what you doing? Why are you doing that, right? There's a great opportunity, and it's good to see good consistency coming through. But now the big question is, how are they going to look to respond, right? Are we going to see a potential maybe 21 elimination game coming through as we return to Rondo?
It is going to be a real question for me. I want to see if there's any team that's like, that wasn't our best, and I don't like how that happened. But we have another opportunity. Are teams going to hot drop more now in this next game? Are they not going to hot drop? I'm not sure. That's definitely another question that's going to be in my mind. How are we going to see that distribution come through? Are 9Z going to continue to, farm points and farm those solos as we go on through today's games? Not only Rondos, but Miramars, the Erangels, all of them. How are they going to be playing this? Because they definitely stood out in that first half of the game. And for me, I'm like, okay, is this going to be a trend? Is this a strategy? Or is this a Rondo-only sort of gameplay?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's an interesting question, but I think especially looking at a team like Resilience, right, who we know historically can perform quite well on the map of Rondo, right? They had a very bumpy start, so I want to see them kind of show what they can do, right? Flex those legs. I mean, Fox Power, also one of the teams that didn't necessarily have the craziest run here. Also one of those strong contenders when it comes to the overall play and what they can do on the map of Rondo. So I want to see who's going to be the ones to look to step it up, bring that challenge in, and maybe get themselves set up quite well early on. Because especially with a 3-day play and only 18 matches available, right? The sooner you can just surmount an insane amount of points on the board, the easier your day's going to be, right? You have less to stress about, right? The team's a little bit further down. It becomes increasingly more challenging. And so we've seen teams take up different tactics to get themselves situated. And I want to see them really explore that option today.
I think it's really important as well to keep an eye on all of these teams. Because we do have the Smash rule coming in on day 3 as well. So for all of these teams, they're going to be wanting to get as far ahead from everybody else as possible. I think that's definitely what we've been seeing here as, yeah, if it wasn't Psycho, I would have been really mad because that 1v3 on the staircase automatically made him MVP of this match. I don't care. That was such a great play. 5 eliminations total, and he only takes 66 damage. He only takes 66 damage.
Wow. I mean, if the bullets just bounce off of you, why not? right? It's like you're gonna have to try a lot harder to, get this man down on his knees, because it ain't gonna work. He's gonna just rip into it all and make you work for every single piece of it. But of course, that means that Psycho contributed quite heavily to the team's overall performance, right? As we know,
Yes.
Evolution, they walked away with 7 elims, right? 5 of those coming through from Psycho, so that is pretty crazy to see, but no surprise whatsoever. But yeah, I mean, this is only the start of the Cookfest that we are going to be having here. I'm super excited to see whether or not Psycho and the rest of Evolution, right, are going to be able to hold on, right? Whoa! We have Psycho be the crazy one at the end. Is he going to be the MVP for this whole event?
I mean, we saw that in the regionals, right, where one player just went far and above and ended up being basically the MVP of the entire weekend. So it is entirely possible, especially if he keeps this sort of consistency up. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to see this MVP race. We've seen in the past it's been pretty close, so I'm going to be really looking forward to seeing that evolve here. Man, I'm just very excited for the next game. The way that Rondo went, really happy with all of the teams, how they played all of their strategies individually. I can't wait for the upcoming map. We're going to be having some fun with it, I think.
I think what's also good is, 9Z, Wolves, pretty aggressive out of the gate, right? So they don't need much of an introduction, and it's good to see they keep that consistency going. So I want to see how that is going to kind of pull up the rest of the lobby, because that's usually what you see, right? If there's 1 or 2 dominant teams stepping up and they are just very demanding with what you have to bring to kind of contest them, everybody has to up their game, right? So I think by the time that we get into potentially tomorrow's games or the final day, that's where it might seem like we're looking at a completely different region, because these teams are just like, they just throwing punches all over the place.
Yeah, it is entirely true. I think not hopefully for the teams that are, starting to be really, really dominant. I think for the teams that aren't, that might be struggling a little bit, I think it's time now to nip that in the bud, right? If there's any time to go after them and go, oi, absolutely not, you're not allowed to steamroll us like this, then it is going to be in day number 1. It is going to be in the next couple of matches, because you can't allow that momentum to build, because if you do, just say goodbye, because it's done. You're done. I mean, the way the teams are playing already in game 1, you can't let that, build. It's just not possible.
Yeah, I think that's part of the dangers, right? Is trying to keep that focus up while trying to dodge everything that's being thrown at you, right? And
True.
Of course, there's a reason why these players are here, because they're pretty dang good at what they do, right? So it's good to see them all step up and showcase to us exactly what they can bring us through. So we've looked now at the match rankings. We've taken a look at the MVP. I'm curious if there's going to be any other things that might be popping up here as well. But of course, aside from what we've already spoken about, it's quite difficult to give you a super in-depth breakdown on everything, because it's the first match, right? I think as we get into that second game, that's where we get to see a little bit more of the strategies that the teams are looking to bring in here. And I mean, normally I would say at this point, we are at that litmus test point where the teams look to assess the situation, trying to kind of figure that out. But I think realistically today, and looking at what the teams have already done just in the past 2-3 weeks, there's no more litmus testing here, right? They know what's expected of them. They know if they don't bring the heat, right, they're going to have to find somewhere else to go, because this place is going to get super hot. I mean, that's especially why the theme is colored red, right? It's here.
Yes.
It's going to warm up in here super quick.
Yep, it is, and it's only going to get redder from here on out. 5 more games to go. I mean, what do you do if you're a team in this, maybe 5th, 6th place? You've gotten, an okay amount of elims, but it's nowhere near, some of these top teams. I mean, what do you do in this next game? Do you hot drop? Do you just play your own game? Do you let it go? What do you do here?
Well, I'd say first step for me, take a deep sip of coffee, right? Because you're going to need that extra kick to come through. And once the caffeine hits, this is, I don't know, you're going to try and find a good position to go and to contest a team that you think that you might be able to take on. Right. I think that realistically is probably the thing, right? If you've done your homework, you've watched all the other broadcasts, you figure out where these teams drop, and you kind of know how they rotate, plan accordingly. Try and get yourself set up potentially ahead of them, or in a position where they could come looking to transition by, right? That opens up so many opportunities, and teams can really look to leverage angles. So I think that's something that I would think of, right? Of course, that would require me to do quite a bit of homework. I don't really like homework, so yeah. you know, do what I say, not what I do, because it's different.
Yeah.
It's different.
Yeah.
But what would you do, right? What would you say? Because you are Miss Analyst over here, right? What is your approach, right? Especially moving into our next map. What do you think is going to be that angle, that strategy to try and adopt here?
I think game 2, it's a bit early to be changing anything. I think especially because Rondo is such a unique map. If this had been, if there had been an Erangel to start off the day, and then we're going into another Erangel, perhaps. But game 2, you're just gonna do your own thing. You're gonna just, you know, keep your head down, make sure that you play the best game that you can play. It is also very dependent on where that circle goes. Too often in PMNC MX have we seen you know, the zone just hard shift and just make a mess of these games. So hopefully it's not going to be the case this weekend, but we have seen it happen in the past. So for these teams, I think really first day, play your game. You know, if you want to take some risks maybe later on in the day, go for it. But game 2, just play your game.
Yeah, well, speaking of which, here we are hopping into Erangel, the tried and tested wonder, to see exactly how it is all going to pan out. And I think a very good flight path to start us off with, right? Not too north, not too south. It's almost kind of, I would say, in that Goldilocks zone, right? So let's see who's going to find themselves a bowl of porridge along the way. That would be a very strange thing to find on this game, but either which way, we'll see. As VIP are going to be the first ones onto that far southwestern position. Equinox not so far away, so it does seem like the teams are relative respectant of the spaces here, right? Nobody going to be looking to come up swinging all too much just yet.
Well, except when you look over to Gatka. That is a really interesting hot drop. I mean, I feel like that is going to be two teams too stubborn to do anything except hot drop in the first Erangel, right? That I think is where we're at right now. We'll see how that unfolds. Right now, no casualties have been reported, but we will see if that's going to evolve as time goes on. But for the rest of the map, yeah, you're right. I mean, even NG, they're going to be moving over into South George. They're not going to be looking to contest that hot drop. They should have. I'm sure they saw the parachutes come up through, but not going to be changing anything for them. And yeah, you're right, the rest of these teams just doing their own thing. That's exactly what I would have liked them to do at this stage.
Well, let's see who's going to be adjusting what here. As I mean, you were talking about Gaika, but there's nothing too crazy happening there just yet. It's maybe they just decided on a little bit of a parlay, right? You know, I'll look at you, you look at me, but don't try anything. We're just gonna sit here, grab our loot, and count to 3 and then start, right? So everybody has something cooking on their end. But yeah, for now, it is going to be everybody just going through looting phase. So hopefully not too much excitement is going to be erupting across the battlefield. But already there's 16 points between 1st and 16th position, right? So if you squeeze those numbers in, you have to try and get as many as quickly as you can. And well, of course, this is why Gatka's not doing too much, right? Because both teams are just having themselves a bit of a staring competition, right? This is essentially almost that parlay I was talking about.
It is, right? Everybody's being very polite with this, and it is going to be Ventru versus Evolution. The winners of the last game stuck in a hot drop, an impossible situation, first chance they get on Erangel. This is what I said earlier, though, DK, is so often the winning team unable to get further than 16th or even, 14th, 13th place in the next game. It's just something about it makes it pretty impossible for these teams. It's going to be Team Entity. I do apologize. It's not going to be... It's very similar logos, very same color and everything, but yeah, it's not going to be them. It's going to be Team Entity and Ventru going head to head here, or not. I mean, we already see one player of Entity moving away. I think this is really one of those stalemate positions, DK. It's not something that either of these teams really want to pursue.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you want to try and play for the long game, but sometimes you just got to work through a little bit of an uncomfortable situation to see if there's a different way to get out of it. But I like what is going to be happening on the Venture side here, right? Applying a little bit of that pressure, pushing forward. But can they get the side here of Evolution to crack, right? Or Entity, rather. Can they get Entity to crack? Is there going to be anything happening on that side? Not quite sure just yet. But you got to watch out for Psycho. That high up position is going to allow him a pretty good awareness on what could be rolling on through here. But I think Gatka in some sense is pretty much similar to what we have in Monte Nuevo over on Miramar, right? Teams roll in, and if they don't immediately start fighting, it takes a little while until they really start, you know, dialing things up.
It's true. It's very, very true, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Nexus has been able to leave pretty effectively, just gonna try and get that, find that vehicle. And that's really a good tactic, I suppose. I mean, they're trying to find a vehicle, trying to maybe do that regroup, and worst case scenario, if the rest of the team don't make it, then at least they still have a solo to continue the game. That's not my favorite tactic to have, just because it feels like, number one, you have less players, obviously, but number two, when you try and make a tactic like that and go, well, if we lose, then we have a player left, it does mean that automatically in your mind, that mindset is of, we will most likely lose, and we've just made a plan in case, right? Rather than, it's not a confident approach, and it does mean that subconsciously you're preparing for failure. So, not always my favorite, but it does look like Nexus is going to be doing that. Well, never mind, it's not regrouping. Maybe just getting a little bit of a different angle.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying, right? It gives you that opportunity to, well, it sets you up in a way where you're not necessarily trying to give it your everything, right? Because you know that you have a potential fallback to come into, right? So you want to see these teams just commit, right? Commit to something. Like, if you're going to have a tea party, have a tea party, but you're going to have to do something with it eventually, because I'm hoping realistically that the zone is going to shift away from here, right? That it's not just going to allow for a situation like this to kind of develop, because nowhere else in the zone, at least currently, do we see too much of an opportunity for teams to start engagements, right? And once we hit that stage 2, stage 3, that's of course where things are going to look to ramp up quite a bit. But yeah, neither be the first one to go. Ooh.
Oh, but
hey, yo.
Nexus is, oh, he is going to be the first one to fall. Oh, that is unfortunate. He was trying to sneaky angle around the outside, completely shutting in Ventru here, but nope, not going to be happening. He is going to be going on down instead, and that is Team Entity down to a trio. I don't think they realized that not the full squad of Venture was in Gaka, that they were actually a 2-2 split here. So very, very interesting coming in from them, and that's going to be now, at least Entity, even though they lose a player, they have a little bit more info.
Yeah, I mean, it does give them a better assessment as to what the expectation is here. But of course, the zone is going to close up as well. VIP, now one of the squads getting caught on just on the edge of the blue, as it is going to be closing through. And of course, they start all the way down into that quarry kind of Primorsk area. And you can see quite a few of their players still situated here. Now, different to what we see on Miramar, on Erangel, you can afford a little bit more time out in the blue, right? You can take and tank a little bit more of that damage, but I want to see a little bit more of those early rotations, right? Not too much of a focus on those blue zone rotations, unless you're really good at it, right? If you're really good at it, go for it. Otherwise, don't do it. Speaking about the blue, though, it is going to pop as well, as we now take a look at our zone, centering up right over onto the lovely Rozok. And I think, Nep, this is where things are now going to start to really shift into high gear, because we're running out of space, and there's also now water coming into play as well.
Yeah, I don't like this at all. This is exactly what I was talking about, how, you know, the game just goes, hey, y'all are getting way too comfortable. We're going to throw in a hard shift. Is this a hard shift? No, but that water makes this so much more difficult. This is going to be very tough for a lot of teams. Thankfully, this is a fairly common area to get a zone on, so most of these teams should have pretty good practice about what they want to do, but this area is so unpredictable just because of the angles, just because of the way the zone typically moves here, the different everything, as we see now. Apex and Upgrade going head-to-head, and Apex getting the short end of the stick here. Chino gonna be the last solo remaining, and Upgrade know exactly where he is. They're gonna be moving, using those smoke nades, trying to get themselves up onto that upper level there. Would be a great spot to have. Really controlling area to obtain here, but it does look like Resilient's gonna try and create a little bit of pushback here and allow Chino to just make his hasty exit.
Yeah, I think for Chino, this is a phenomenal opportunity. Just kind of falling back here, but you got to watch out. Yes, of course, for the side there of the Alpha 4 Legends. They're not going to let Chino escape for free, but fortunately, Chino is going to be surviving for the time being. But I like the kind of pressure that is building up in and around that Rozak area. But I think the north is going to be an especially interesting spot, right? Because we did see Region 8 quite situated into the territory, and the rest of the lobby now all heading in exactly that direction. This is where things could take quite a bit of a shift here for them. But now it's going to be Lonic getting absolutely uprooted, just ripped out of the vehicle here. Slonic goes right on down the rest of the Wolves. Looking to quickly try and patch this gap up here, but it is full send time, right? Alpha 4 Legends, they're not hanging back.
They are not at all. I love to see this from them. Really nice stuff, but he's not accounting for Baton. Oh, and it looks like his wheels got poked out from underneath him, unable to make his getaway, and Baton is going to be closing that one up. Really unfortunate for AFL. They did their best, but they are going to lose one. Just really takes the wind out of their sails on that one. But for Wolves, that does effectively save them from certain death there. That altercation just gets put to a halt immediately, lets them get that reset going. So good job there from them. We see 9Z up onto the north side taking a very similar approach here, just a little bit of a slower rotation, not the crazy plays that we saw at the beginning like on the Rondo, but of course that's a Rondo tactic here. They're going to be a little bit more meticulous, a little bit more intentional with those rotations, so nice to see that from them as well.
Well, let's see who's going to be bringing the nice and who's going to be bringing the spice, as our squads now have to start moving up here. There's going to be 9Z Globant coming on that northern rotation, looking for a bit of a position. And again, this combat sometimes is quite interesting, right? Especially if you've got more squads situated over on towards that western front. You've got that line of sight that really assists with that. But I think the difficulty factor here is going to lie on that Sun team that is right there behind them, right? Sun, good position, could definitely look to apply quite a bit of pressure moving into that separated compound we have there. But Resilience, this is going to be their time to shine, right? Currently with only 3 points on the board, all the way down in 14th position. I mean, not the same kind of approach that we've had in previous days in the earlier rounds, but maybe they are still going to surprise us here.
I mean, game 2, anything's possible. We haven't seen the best out of these teams yet. Of that I'm sure. As we're going to be looking over at Spence. Spence had a really good game last game. I know we saw him go out fairly early on. He didn't really make it to that late game, but we did see a couple of clutch plays coming in from him on that Rondo already, so we're going to be looking to him for sure, as they're just going to keep an eye on 9Z there. I mean, they have a very easy rotation away. They don't have to take that fight at all, but if you want some early eliminations, they definitely have the high ground advantage. So, going to be something they might want to pursue here as we move over to NG. Up. Oh, they're about to clash very quickly here, DK. That is going to be a big clash coming on through on the edge, and I really like how they're playing this actually with so many vehicles, but that 2-2 split might just be a little bit too much for Lux, and yeah, he's going to get out of dodge. He's going to regroup ASAP, get to that building, try and do something here. Just try to save himself a little bit, because if he goes out now, it is game over for his team.
Oh, come on. Is he going to make it? So far, it seems like, VIP not necessarily going to be locking in on those hits, but they're going to have to lock in on the rotations, though, as everybody is, well, losing quite a bit of health. Not the best spot to be in. They still got about almost 500 meters to go. What are they doing? A very confusing strategy out there on the edge. But what's not confusing is what the Wolves are doing, right? They are just trying to lock it in. They know that if they get themselves set up in preparation for this potential zone shift, this might be their golden ticket to have a very good run right here, and it is going to pay off. As you can see, the zone's still sitting in their region here, but Equinox, they've got a very comfortable push, at least up onto the northern side, right? They got the little bridge ahead of them, so I'm expecting a bit of a tactical play coming through on that side, but you got to watch out for what Fox Power could be bringing in here. And again, right, so much questions that we are, or rather so many questions that we're looking to have answered as the teams are yet to move on up. The IP just gradually trickling in up into this next phase, but the NZ Pros, this is their opportunity to gatekeep the edge zone.
I'm wondering where Evolution are. I haven't seen them come in yet. Okay, there we go. Upgrade and Evolution. Okay, there we go. That's where they are. I was really wondering, as Apex is going to go out, Chino, unable to survive for much longer there. I was really wondering where Evolution were, because we were not seeing them at all. I'm like, uh-oh, come on, guys. You got to be real careful now, because they might just do it again. But it does look like they are going to lose one, so that's going to be Upgrade taking a point away from them, and you know, might just nip that in the bud, so we shall see. But Apex is going to be our first to fall here, DK. 15 teams alive. We're already 16 minutes into this match. It does not feel like it's been that long, and it is not going to be for... This game's not going to be for very much longer, I don't think, here, as these teams are going to be forced to cross this river, forced to go into some open ground, and Kid might just be the next to fall there.
Yeah, very well could be. As you can see, Killer now getting picked up as well. VIP starting to push, and ooh, they've now fully made it in spots. A bit of an opportunity. Ooh. That's not what you want to have on the side of Evolution, as they just fly their way on through. But the pressure is mounting, right? Phase 4 slowly trying to come into the next position here. Gonna close up, gonna force the hand and move the teams off to the next position. But NZ Pro, right, they are just getting ready for a little bit of a lockdown, right? Not the best setup that they have, not the most secure situation there. But maybe they can survive just playing on those ridges. Victor, especially on that front line, is going to make it not too easy for them to ride that out, right? Because Victex always just keeping a little bit of a watchful eye, especially with Raya's a little bit more towards the north. So many angles now for VIP to try and capitalize on. So let's see who is going to be able to get out of here. Ooh.
Oh dear, that's not looking good. Also, oh hang on, Havoc able to take one down but not the other. They're just coming in from all sides there. Upgrade gonna have to lose one more player on their roster here. It's, oh, Klaus, not good. Vatic, you were doing so well, but now they go straight into another team, and I don't know how he's managed to survive this. He's almost gone in between two very close range teams here, and Resilience just looking for him, wondering where he is. But he's been given time somehow to cook a nade. As the zone moves in, that nade could be brilliant. Slightly undercooked, but it does the job. Cloudy takes that knock, but it could just mean that that nade takes him away out of the game. But no, it's not going to happen. Baby Tang able to clutch him up before he can do any more damage to Resilience.
Oh, honestly, I wasn't expecting Vatic to be the next team out of here, right? They looked like they were on the up and up. And speaking about the up, it is going to be Upgrade. Now getting downgraded to the lobby. Unfortunately, they don't have the numbers to keep that ball rolling. But at least 6 eliminations is going to bode quite well for them. Puts them on a grand total of about 13 points. But Team Entity down to a solo. Ace OP has to try and lock it down. P90 right there in the wing as well. So a lot of tension and pressure building on the edge of zone. Blue, of course, is going to start closing in momentarily. So whatever they're going to do, they have to be really quick about it. But Muddy on. Oh,
wow.
Just comes in cooking.
Doesn't he might just get another one here, but that nade, both these nades, many nades are cooking here. Speaking of cooking, and oh, Cloudy's is better. Cloudy's is better. Gets that knock. Now he can push on up. There's another nade cooking that might just seal the deal. He sees it, though. He saw it coming from a mile away, and there we go. Gonna just dodge it out here. Dior's does go down. That's gonna be VT. The next two fall down to 11 teams. But these teams are dwindling badly. There we go. Resilience taken out. That's going to be Jelly and Cloudy just picking up elimination after elimination, able to weasel their way out of that dangerous situation that they found themselves in. And the nades are flying elsewhere as well. Not so good games. And Son of Nepal, straight out of Nepal rather, have used the hovercraft DK to block them into the shack.
Hey, you know what? If it works, why not, right? Might as well just go for it. Try and play the upset, trying to be that guy. But let's see, what is going to happen here. We do see straight on the pole being our next team that we bid farewell to, as we are down to the final 9, right? And this is where it now looks to get pretty chaotic. NZ Pro trying to hold in, but 9Z instead running straight into the blaze here. As we do see Era just trying to hold up here with Cole. One well-placed nade could end this for Larkson. Ooh, cheeky rebound. Is he going to get it though? Boom, boom, boom. And down he goes.
GG. I mean, it was a good play. It was a good effort, and he almost got out of there alive, but it's not going to be the case here. As now, yeah, VIP. This is the problem where you find a team that's in a weak position. You're able to exploit that, and then you find yourselves in that same position because you had to go and get them. And now other teams can go get you, and it's just a never-ending cycle. And VIP, the next to go, ooh, shiny, a team in trouble, a team in a weak spot. Let's go get them. Now, this time, though, they are being a little wiser about it. They're using those nades in that long-range position to try and just corner and 9Z rather than go into that position themselves. So this is a little bit better played from them.
Yeah, well, let's see whether or not VIP is going to look to do exactly that. Wolves also receiving a bit of spray across the way here, but a very widespread position all throughout the zone, right? And now with that next shift taking us a little bit further down towards the southern side, this is where Fox are going to feel quite a bit of the pressure building, right? They are down to a solo, but not the best place to be in. And surprisingly enough, Evolution, they are just getting absolutely hit all for 4. Also got to watch out for those nades flying through. It's just yuck, the last one left. And this could be a very quick Scooby-Doo finish.
You're so right. It might just be a little bit of a cartoonish demise, as we're going to be seeing him just try and sprint around that building, trying to stay in cover. Moving over to 9Z Globant, though, still 3 up alive. Man, this team knows how to keep a team alive, even in the chaos, as we go down to just 8 teams, right? Evolution Gaming, again, another team with 3 players left standing, top of the leaderboard so far, but 9Z catching up quick if you look at those leaderboards.
Ooh. I like this from VIP, though. They seem absolutely relentless, right? Region 8 going to be the next one down here, as we quickly see the teams falling all over the place. And it is just absolute chaos. 9Z just hot on their tail as well. So much pressure building all over the place. But this is where the focus and determination now needs to come on in. I mean, again, looking at what Evolution have been doing so far, right? They did get their hands on that first winner chicken dinner. So far, they look to have pretty decent pacing, but they still have to contest against the side of VIP and Equinox. Pro squads still having 4 players up, and that could really help them leverage the positions they have. But of course, especially looking at the side of Evolution, right? They don't have the most comfortable position over on towards that far eastern side. I think it's leaning a little bit more in favor of VIP.
I think it might just be here. Fox Power does go on out. That's going to be that last solo. Cleared away by Jimmy. Equinox, man, this is a team that we've seen some really, really good stuff from in the past. In their, you know, being able to qualify here, we saw some great games from them. So I'm expecting great things again, as Wolves do go out, so I am looking to see what they can do, maybe up against VIP here, as Victix is down, so they are down to just a 3-man squad right now, 4 now, But 8 eliminations, you're right. They've had such control over this zone. They've played this very well. Again, you know, that 2-2 split coming on through here right before this regroup. It was really, really helpful to get all of that info, get all of the knowledge that they needed to make those plays to get those elims. So very excited to see where they're going to go from here. I love this from AFL, right? Look at where Evolution are right behind them, and they're still going to go ahead and look at the team in front of them and go, oi, no, we're going to take shots at you now.
But I think especially for Evo, that is an interesting spot in anticipation of Zone 7, right? I mean, because I'm pretty sure once that zone pops, that is going to be Alpha 4 Legends becoming their prime and primary target. So you gotta watch out, right? Don't get too distracted by that northern engagement. Meanwhile, VIP, very mobile, right? Very active, trying to get all over the zone. But Equinox also trying to lock it in. So everybody doing whatever they can to try and push for that longevity here. But Shelby, cheeky angle, definitely could play quite a bit of an upset into the side here of VIP, as they've now been dropped down to a potential solo. And this is where it all now boils down to, right? Can the solo carry the team forward? Can they outlast and just avoid damage just a little while longer?
I love how this zone has actually positioned these teams, right? Because you've got this ridge around the garage, and then this hilltop. And in between, there is nobody there because it's basically unplayable. So these teams, they have a much bigger space, but they just can't use it. They're not allowed to use it. And so you got these two sides, two opposing sides of all these teams just looking to each other, trying to figure out who's going to be our top two as we move into our top four. And Evolution, they know, and now's the time to make a move up against AFL. DK, this could go either way, honestly.
It definitely could, but I mean, if Evo play this one tactfully, right, this could be at least an easy sweep. Good opportunity for some dominance over on towards that southern side. But we do say goodbye to VIP in the meantime. Out they go. Ooh, Evolution. Now this is their key to start the ball, start that fight. But Equinox, they do have the higher probability chance, right? This health bar is looking pretty good on their end, and they've been contributing so much to the carnage here. But the blue is going to force the hand here for Evo, right? They don't have the luxury of position, and Equinox, I mean, it just looks pretty golden right here for them. Zone 8 getting ready to hit. It is going to come in so hard. But now Replica is going to look for a little bit of something. Just trying to time the shot. Not want to full send it just yet, because they know this is a very key point for them, right? They can't full sending.
Oh!
It is none other rather than AFL holding on. Evolution getting booted.
That is fantastic for AFL. They went from having two knocked players and a solo left alive to a full 3-man squad able to defend their spots successfully. But now we are down to just 2. The other team is also gone. It's just now AFL and Equinox. These two teams been very, very dominant in their respective regions. And now here they are going head to head, trying to find any sort of position, any sort of shots, right? Because Jimmy up on that roof is a really good position to have to get any of that information going. Shelby, on the other hand, great off angle. And this is really where I think things are going to start to slow down. We're almost at the 28-minute mark. Oh, but maybe not. AFL might just go for it here.
Wow. Shelby with a pinpoint accuracy. I mean, they are just ripping it up here. Alpha 4 Legends. Not even knowing where the shots are coming from, right? Just playing on the grass position here. And now it's going to be up to a duo to try and keep them in this to see can they bag that winner chicken dinner. But with Nine just here behind the fuel bump, it is going to be a very tough spot, especially with Surprise now coming up with that off angle play. It's down to a solo. This is almost guaranteed now for Equinox, and there we have it. The confirmation is in Equinox. Reign supreme as Alpha 4 Legends get so close to getting their hands on that winner chicken dinner, but unfortunately they ran out of gas.
They did indeed. It was a great play, but yeah, Equinox, that position is just far too dominant, far too cooked when it comes to that circle. And Equinox really played that very, very well. Again, holding their own, biding their time, waiting for the right moment, taking action when necessary, and then just waiting for the rest of the game to come to them. Very well played by them. A dominant game to start off their tour of Erangel. Love to see that coming on through. And DK, again, only 2 games in, and we're seeing some really stellar performances from all of these teams.
Well, of course, with one Erangel out of the way, that means only one thing. We are going to be having 2 more following very closely behind that. So there's going to be a good opportunity for a lot of that consistency to come through, right? For teams to try and maybe repair a bit of a few of the approaches that they aren't necessarily too satisfied with, looking to bounce back a bit stronger. But I think talking about the comeuppance, right, especially for Team Equinox, this was a great opportunity and a good kind of angle that they decided to take on here, right? I mean, looking at how it went for them the first game, not necessarily the craziest turnaround that they had. Yes, they were the first team to get taken out. This time, they're the last team, right? So a slightly different approach, right? As we normally see the team walking away with a winner chicken dinner, having difficulty in that following match. But hey, yo, the first team out being the last one to survive. And looking at these figures, they are also looking pretty healthy. I mean, the elimination tally there all the way up onto double digits.
Yeah, really good work coming in from them, and again, that's going to be a really big amount of points going over to them. What is that? Quick math is going to be 10 eliminations, like you said, right? So that's going to be a 20-point game. Not always easy, right? Not easy at all when it comes to the to an Erangel game. The game is not really designed, it's not built for that many eliminations unless you really go all out. So a really good start. That's going to get them straight back up onto the top of the leaderboard where they want it to be, and it's a really good sign for the next Erangel.
I mean, also, you got to say that this has so far been Equinox's best Erangel that they've had, right? The highest that they've been able to achieve prior to this match was a 2nd place finish. So this is already looking pretty good for them. So well done to the side here of Equinox, looking to push the envelope, right, as far as they can. But then, of course, we've got other teams that we were expecting to perform quite well in this game, not necessarily having that same kind of performance all the way to the finish. And speaking about which, here we have it. VIP keeping that consistency going as well. The Alpha 4 Legends also just showing why they've been such a consistent team on this map. But Equinox bringing in the big old surprise. And of course, we welcome all these surprises.
We absolutely do. Love to see that. Also, we're seeing Evolution coming on through there and being able to, keep some consistency as well, right? 8 points, nothing at all to be shy about when it comes to Erangel. Very often we see, a 5 or a 6 point game being a decent game. So 8 points going over to them is a really good sign. I like that a lot. But yeah, definitely going to be looking over to Equinox and AFL and VIP as well for those double-digit points there. So very excited to see how they're actually going to be shaping up on the overalls, as we'll see a little bit later, right? Because these points all look very impressive, but I really want to see the culmination of the last 2 matches, how that's going to be looking, and how we're going to be seeing things as actually NG pros. I'm a little, okay, I was gonna say I'm a little bit concerned. However, I believe we saw this in their regional finals as well, right? We saw this happen where it's just like they need a little extra time to kind of find their pace, find their setting, find where they're comfortable, and then they start making those points. So maybe, I was gonna say, I'm a bit worried. They've only gotten a couple of points in 2 games, but it's the first 2 games. I'm gonna let it slide and let's see where they can go from here.
Yeah, I mean, at least they do have points on the board, right? Not from this one, but the previous one. So for the NZ Pros, not the worst case scenario, but not something that you want to have happen consistently, right? You want to see them bounce back a little bit stronger. And speaking about bounce back, it is going to be our MVP for the map right here, none other than Reyes, all the way from VIP esports. Some pretty impressive figures that he's bringing out onto the screen. Unfortunately, not 22 damage taken, right?
No.
Instead, 560. Slightly more, a little bit more. A slight
Just a tiny
difference
bit.
between 22 and 560, right? It's close. Nobody would even notice, but some pretty impressive damage numbers on there as well. And of course, walking away with 4 eliminations is going to make it just that extra little bit more comfortable for the side of VIP. I mean, essentially looking at the 8 eliminations they had, right? This was half the contribution to it.
It is, yeah. So really, really good show from him, right? I don't know if maybe he was the off angle in this approach, or maybe he was, you know, that front runner whenever they made a move. But there was some pretty chaotic stuff happening. So really easy to be the person in control, or be the person who's got that backstab angle on so many different teams. When you're that close together, you're going to be able to find a lot of eliminations. So good on Reyes for being able to be proactive and keep his head on a swivel, and, you know, figure out where those weakened players are, because 4 eliminations is going to be a huge amount of points going over to his team.
Yeah, I mean, of course, if you equate the damage to the eliminations, it's very consistent, right? So pretty strong conversion over on that rate. So yeah, I mean, so far things pretty consistent coming through from the teams. You know, some teams doing what we were kind of expecting them to do, other teams not so much, right? Doing other things that we hope that they can repair pretty soon. But of course, speaking of repairing, we are going to be preparing ourselves for the next round. So stay tuned, and we'll see you right back after the break. What's up, guys? Welcome back. Evolution and Equinox already bagging the first two winner chicken dinners. And while we're on the ease, we're getting ready to ease ourselves into our next Erangel, which is going to be quite exciting as we are going to be looking at a double dose of that action. But Nip, you know what? I've been crunching the numbers, right, while we were in the break. And I think we're going to be looking at an interesting thing once we take a look at the overall standings, right? If that is going to be coming up, we'll see some excitement there with regards to it. And of course, look at that. The top three teams all have 25 points apiece.
Oh my goodness. That is not a thing I've seen, at least in a very long time, if ever. DK, what is going on? AFL and 9Z get booted down. Actually, many teams get booted down on this leaderboard. It's all still a little bit too close to really mean anything, but 25, 25, 25, then a little bit of a gap starting to come on through. That is so interesting. I have never seen that.
Well, I mean, what's also quite exciting is that Equinox, they jumped 9 positions. 9 positions based on that glorious match that they just had in the previous one. So very exciting stuff. But of course, you know, we are still in a position where we could see teams bringing in some very drastic shifts with regards to the scores. So it is looking pretty decent. But now the teams have to focus in coming into these next few games. Because, I mean, if we look at, you know, who could potentially be stealing the show here, right? VIP, one of the strong contenders when it comes to the map of Erangel, right? We want to see them bring in a little bit of that heat, a little bit of that pressure. We could say the same thing for the players coming through from Fox Power, right? Each from their respective region performing quite well. They've all gotten their hands on winner chicken dinners. Resilience has been able to get a victory over on Erangel. We did see Upgrade getting winner chicken dinners on there as well. So there is some expectations, right? Virtue, they could do the same as well, right? Now, they've shown their capability, but now they have to unlock that feature coming into our second Erangel here for the day. And I mean, I want to see who's going to be the one to push for that, right? Because looking at what we had in this last game, it was pretty sweaty, it was pretty tough, and I mean, quite a few upset happening here with Equinox just lasering through the grass, the glass, I guess, as well. But pinpoint accuracy, it was really in, and I like what Surprise did, right? And I think that's probably why Surprise is called, well, Surprise, because they go for the off-angle approaches, try and find the teams in there. And, you know, as we're waiting for things to get happy, to get hot, we got to be looking on to the next round.
We are indeed. And, you know, you're talking about things getting hot, getting heavy, getting intense. But you know what? These teams don't care. They don't mind, because the only thing they're worrying about is the phone that they're playing on, the Infinix GT50 Pro. Right? It's keeping them cool. Cool as a cucumber in the middle of all that action, all that fighting, because that is thanks to the real liquid cooling system that we've got on board all of these devices for these players, right? So even when things are heating up on that battlefield, the device stays super ice cold, so there's no frame drops. It's a smooth performance and really instant responses coming on through there. So love to see that coming through. No distractions, no lag, just able to keep their cool and win like Equinox, right? Just coming in and going smooth sailing, smooth performance, smooth sailing. We're good to go.
Yeah, you'll have a cool mind and some cold play while you go through, right? Not in reference to the band, right? But it puts you in the flow state, right? No, don't worry, I won't. I won't punish our viewers like that, right? But it'll keep you in that flow state, right? So you can really lock in and get the ball going. If there's ever anything that you never want to hear, that's the thing that Nep just mentioned. You never want to hear me sing. That's maybe the last thing that you'll ever be able to hear, right? So I'll spare all of you with that. But in the meantime, we are going to hop into map number next. And with game number 3 just about to hit, this is where the teams need to really put on those aprons and get cooking. Because if they don't, they're going to miss out on points.
They are. They really are. I mean, we're getting to the halfway point of today, right? That's it. We've got 2 more Erangels coming on through here. And we are going to be looking at now the teams coming on through. Game number 3. last chance now before things start getting really, really serious. I always talk about this, right? People always talk about the first day being that calibration day, if you will, just kind of these teams settling, because no matter how many times you play against a team or a group of teams, every lobby is going to be different, even if it's the same teams. It's it's just how it is. It's mindset. It's different tournaments, it's different performances, it's how teams are doing, how they're not doing, all of this. So day one is always that calibration, that settling into the tournament and the lobby that you have on that day. Halfway through the first day is now where it starts to go, okay, we've had the first 3 games out of the way. We've figured out a lot of things now. We've had a little bit of time to adjust, to settle. Now we're going to start thinking a little bit more seriously. We're going to start playing a little bit more, intentionally. And this is really as well where you're going to start seeing a lot of teams able to really pinpoint what's going on with other teams and try and maybe find some cheeky angles onto them early on in the game. So this is, for me, this final game, this is kind of your last opportunity to really get all those jitters, get all of that silliness out of your bones before you really start to lock in.
If that doesn't work, go for a tickle somewhere, right? I don't know if a service will just get somebody to tickle you by it, but then there won't be any silliness, right? Because that's all out of your system. Just as that statement was pretty silly, but either which way, the teams are looking to get themselves situated, and I'm excited to see what this particular zone is going to be bringing for our squads, right? Because I mean, the flight path changed up a little bit. The zone, not exactly what we had before, but different is different, and we'll settle for different every now and then. But I think the big thing that I'm going to be looking at here is, are we going to have some early game engagements, some early fights breaking out? Well, of course, the answer is yes here, as Nika is going to be jumping straight up into the action, coming through with the sprays, getting the knock in at the expense here of the Alpha for Legends. And this is probably the best time to strike, right? Right when one of the teams are pretty scattered and they don't really have too much defenses yet.
That is horrendous for AFL. Oh my goodness. They're one of those teams that do have 25 points right there in that top 3, and they've just lost 2 players, half of their squad, in the first 30 seconds of the game. That is just so demotivating, so crushing. Now their entire game is ruined, right? Because you lose 1 early, fine. You still got 3, you can still play basically as a squad. You still have a lot of those tactics that usually squads use left to you. However, going down to a duo, you're done. Like, the limitations put on you in terms of the angles you can take, the information you can have, the splits that you can make, those rotations as well have to be totally different to how they would be with 3 or 4 players. So this is going to be now a game that's basically wasted. Yes, they can survive. Yes, they can still get points. But it is not going to be the same, and that is going to be really difficult for them to have. It's a difficult pill to swallow.
I mean, it's almost like that in-game mission, the challenge that you have to get a winner a chicken dinner without securing a single elimination, right?
Yes.
That is pretty tough. I've tried for years, right? I've not been able to get it done just yet. It is pretty difficult. So yeah, I mean, to me that's the same as looking at a duo, right? It changes the entire tactic. It throws everything on its head, and everything that you had coming into this match you have to now try and re-strategize, right? But I think this also is the opportunity to show a team's strength. How well can they adapt when being thrown in a situation like this? And for the Alpha 4 Legends, right, to kind of live up to their name, can they bring in a legendary performance? It's going to be tough, but, they might be able to pull it off here.
They might indeed. If it's going to be anybody, it might just be them. Fox, we haven't seen too much of Fox, actually. I'd like to see more from them. They have 10 points. I'm not saying in terms of performance or anything. We just haven't really seen them in their fights, getting those eliminations. I've not really been able to pay attention to them with all the other stuff going on, so I'd really like to figure out how they play, what their role is, as we're going to be watching them just move across the hospital and Everest areas. And they're in zone. They're good to go. So they're going to be big chilling on top of Everest, it looks like, just trying to get that early rotation in, trying to get that information going. That's actually a really decent play. We've seen that from multiple teams in a similar situation, but I like how early they are being with this. It just makes sure that they get that information and make sure that they get that dominant position super early.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that the Fox Power knows exactly what they're doing here, because we've seen them get 2 winner chicken dinners on Erangel. So, right, they just got to come out of their burrow, right? That's all they got to do. They just got to power up and push through and show us what they can do here. Just bring in a bit of that flex. So, really looking forward to that happening. But for now, everybody just going around doing their business, making sure they got all the loot that they could possibly need to initiate the first phase, maybe that second phase as well. But 9Z, though, they've got a very comfortable spot all the way on that far southern edge, right? I mean, there's nobody here from what we can see, at least. And Blue is going to start to push on up, but I'm pretty sure they know exactly how to move out of there. Meanwhile, up in the fields, though, things pretty calm. Pretty easy, breezy, just flow it on through. Gunshots in the background. Seems like a phenomenal day to be out on Erangel.
Yeah, just a casual Sunday stroll, right, DK? Like,
Yeah.
Not much at all. Everybody just like, yeah, let's hop in the car, go for a drive, nothing else to do. And NG being like, absolutely not. We've got like 1 point after 2 games. We are not taking an early fight. No way. Jose, off we go into zone. Get that position secured. We'll see how that works out for them, as they might just go straight into Wolves, and I think they've realized this. You can see those front teams, or front players rather, just doing a 180 and going, absolutely not, wait, no, turn around, abort mission, off we go, and hopefully that's going to be 2 teams that they can avoid here. We shall see how that works for them. But going back to 9Z, DK, you said that they were looking pretty comfortable because there were no enemies. I beg to differ. There were 2,800 plus enemies, and they're called miles, or meters rather, because they had a very long way to drive to get into that zone. 2,800 meters to go, and that blue zone was nipping at their heels. So time to get a little bit of a scoot on. We do see that 9Z like to make those late rotations, but that's a little too late for me.
Yeah, I mean, that's hopefully they can get in before the blue gets the better of them, right? That would be the ideal. It's not often that we see teams having to travel that distance on this map, right? If it was Miramar, sure. Right, that makes perfect sense, right? Go all the way up into Campo Militar and then good luck. See how long it's going to take you to move into that zone. But, I mean, Sun also having quite a bit of a distance.
Oh!
You can't park there, come back. Sun Esports also trying to get themselves situated as they take a hasty push in towards the zone. And I think at least one benefit of that is that you don't necessarily have to worry too much about bumping into somebody out in the blue, as everybody has pretty much otherwise focus their efforts on getting up into that next position. But speaking about positions though, Everest could maybe come into play here.
It absolutely could. Love this from Fox. They knew. They were like, oh, I know exactly what's happening now. I know where this is going, and let's be sure that we are ready for it. A big split coming in from Apex, though, on the other side there. Demon, take control of your vehicle. For goodness sake, that's the second time. But Apex on that other side is looking very split, very, I want to say controlling, but I think that's just a little bit too split, as they're going to try and get that regroup going. I approve. And Remix pops into the corner there of the map, just just way far away from anyone in particular, so they're going to be having a fairly easy rotation. There's no one near them, but still, they're going to be fighting that blue every 2 seconds here.
Well, let's see whether or not they're going to be able to get the better of the blue, or will the blue beat them to it? As, yeah, I mean, it's a very long way to go. Venture, though, they're going to be chilling, right? They've got Fox Power right here alongside them, so not too much to be all too concerned about. And, of course, the containers are going to allow them quite a bit of flexibility and movement. But Tonka is going to be going for a little bit of a more close quarter setup here with regards to those weapons, right? Got the Bison in the back, got the M4 up, leaving the Mini down there. not going to be picking it up just yet. And speaking about down there, we got Ming all the way up there, pulling up onto Everest. And this is Equinox. Ooh, and Evo getting ready for a bit of an altercation. The two teams that were set at the top of the board. Both teams with the winner chicken dinners in the bag, now trying to plant their flags right on top of Everest. And I hope sincerely that both these teams get to actually duke it out on the hill.
That would be so much fun, and now is the best time to do it, right? Before these teams really have a chance to surround Everest and then take those third-party shots, because once that becomes a possibility, yeah, it's going to be a very, very difficult fight. So both these teams need to figure out who's king of the castle ASAP, I think. Oh, as Hyuk now goes down to VTC. Oh, and that is AFL going down to just a solo DK. Not the game they wanted at all. Not at all, not at all. 16 teams still alive. There's a definite possibility of them going out in last place for this game. 0 points at all. And that would be such a huge blow. After such an interesting, you know, three-way tie for the top three, that would be really sad to have them, you know, leave that echelon like this.
Well, let's see whether or not they are going to have to leave, or can they maybe stay a little while longer? I mean, it doesn't seem like anybody's too eager to do too much on Everest right now, right? They kind of just... Oh, okay, I see it, right? Evolution is getting ready for a few stacks, right? They want to pop in and get those elims secured, trying to pull the teams up towards them. But I think at this point, they got to be careful, right? Because they might actually end up getting more than they bargained for, as we can see quite a few teams also starting to roll on up that north, starting to get ever so slightly congested. But I think especially for Equinox on the far side, right, they are going to try and kind of play for positioning, right? They still have two players outside the zone, the other two currently holding on, so the opportunity is at hand. But resilience, they got to lock it in, right? I want to see that when a chicken dinner comes through, at least somewhere within the upcoming Erangels, right? Are they going to be able to replicate those efforts from back in their respective region? Because, I mean, they set the standard for themselves. Now they're going to have to live up to it. And game number 3, I think, would be a good turning point, especially for them, right? Only 7 points on board, and we know they are super capable. So I want to have those fights now, really to bring in the points for them here.
That would be really, really nice to see, as Ace going to be not able to connect those shots. Goodness me, not going to be able to do anything, much of anything at all here. Nice setup from both of these teams as, upgraded Wolves in that Elim feed. Going head to head here, those two teams 1 point away from each other, 7th and 8th place. So definitely very, very close teams to be fighting like this, as now Fox going to be moving through. They left the Everest position and now they're moving in again. This time though, Snacks might just be making snacks out of half the team. Fox, you were looking so good. They were looking so dominant in this match. But now it's all fallen apart. They're just down to one player, unable to keep hold of their position, DK.
Well, I mean, you got to challenge as much as you can here, and it does seem like the teams are looking to bring in quite a bit of that pressure. But, of course, Venture just up on the roofs there, trying to play a little bit of that rotational pickup play. NZ, though, they've got a different approach in mind, right? They are going to look to get themselves situated right here on the edge. Resilience continuing to try and push forward. Oh, but they've already been dealt quite a deep blow. This is now the opportunity for Team Entity to come in with a bit of a clutch play. I like that off angle, right? Playing from the church tower, that is definitely providing phenomenal overwatch. But now for Malcriado and Fernandes, not quite sure if they're going to be able to come back from this one. I mean, it does seem like Team Entity just locking it in. And this is putting Resilience on quite a bit of a back foot.
Really like the aggression coming in from Team Entity. It's not overplayed, it's not too aggressive, it's just making sure that they have cover from each other and that they're able to just flush this out, take advantage of that position, of that team being put on the back foot like that, as you said, and that's going to mean that Resilience go out. No points on the board for this game, and Team Entity grab the full squad here. So very, very well played by Team Entity.
Well, let's see how this one is going to pick up now for everybody else, as the opportunity is pretty much in. Oh, we do see Vatic being the next one out of here. So slowly the teams are starting to crumble. But who's going to be able to hold on to Everest, right? Evo, they just want it. Like, they look super, super eager for this position. I mean, so far, Snacks has just been doing an absolutely phenomenal job, right? Those jump shots that we saw coming in just looking so epic.
Oh.
But it is going to be go time here as the push comes through. Down goes Snacks. The attack starting to stack on up, and Evo really got to find a very sneaky way to keep themselves in this fight. The hovercraft are coming into play as well, as 3 teams fight for possession of Everest.
Oh no! Oh no! What? How is he not knocked? How did he? How? Oh, okay, hang on. First of all, he doesn't get knocked. Secondly, they finally do get that thing to blow up, and that means that actually Ventru are able to move in and take advantage of both teams here, DK. This mess, they waited too long. This is exactly what I said. They waited too long to make this fight. Now they got third-partied, and both of them are out now. The 3-way tie is no more, and somehow AFL, as a solo, outlives them both.
Wow. I mean, that is going to be some pretty high expectations. AFL... yeah, you know, mad respect to the solo to survive that onslaught. Absolutely sweaty performance, but it does seem like the zone has descended up quite a bit over on towards this Everest position here. Now it's going to be the NZ Pros trying to defend, as VIP is going to be rolling on up here. But you know what's the scary thing though, right? I mean, these teams find themselves in quite a bit of a predicament, but only one will be allowed to pass, right? That's it, right? That is what they're playing for with regards to the seats, right? For the North America qualifiers, right? Only the champion moves up. That's it, right? So whatever they get to do here, they're gonna have to play it as perfectly as they can. So it explains why the teams are performing and behaving in the way they are, right? They know what's at stake here. They know what they need to do, and they're trying everything and anything that they can think of to secure that play. But now, straight out of the ball, are going to be sitting here just on the far side. Eastern Edge lockdown. Nice bit of security that they have back in Ruins, but they're going to have to play it quite tactfully because there's so many teams focusing in their direction. And even AFL on that far side, right? Bonds, not going to be scared. Just waiting, looking for an opportunity to rotate back, and especially if that zone is going to move even further towards the western side, that play will now have to come in, as it is going to be an Everest central zone. 9Z Wolves, they've already locked it in.
They have, and this is where my heart breaks for Fox, right? We saw them in the first phase go straight there. 1-3 split. Looked really nice. Then we didn't see them for a bit, and then it looks like they actually left that position. They got bullied out of that position. They tried to go around and retake, and it failed miserably. It looked like there wasn't enough confidence to back up the play that they had made, and it turned out to be the exact play they needed to make. The first decision was the right one, and they're just not here to take advantage of it. So that is unfortunate, especially when you start seeing all of these teams on the western side. Right? Well, how many teams have we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4 different teams. 5 if you include the one on the south side there as well, over by Ruins. So there's a lot of teams that are going to be fighting each other here, and Everest is pretty clear in comparison. They're just able to wait for these teams to come to them.
Well, sometimes the wait pays off, but not quite sure if that is going to pay off here for Entity. Not eases entry up in towards the zone. Meanwhile, the south now erupting as Reyes tries to get the sprays, but gets run on down. VIP now down to Milos. Milos just narrowly escaping that hovercraft as it pulls up, and we've seen one player survive a hovercraft push, but have they ever survived a Milos push? No, no need, because it is going to be Wolf just ripping Milos right out of that vehicle.
Goodness me, not allowed to survive any longer. Time is up, as Sun Esports gonna be trying to make some sort of play here. They do keep losing their players. I think Sun and Nepal, straight out of Nepal, need to not rethink, but I think they need to start stepping up a little bit here when it comes to those points, right? Because we're used to them dominating, like, completely. I mean, they won the NA section as Upgrade go on down, but yeah, I want to see more from Straight Out Nepal. We're used to so much more, and yeah, they're middle of the road here. They're keeping up. They're just making sure they get bit by bit. Maybe we'll see far more from them tomorrow, right? Maybe that's the plan. But for me, I just want to see a little glimmer of the team I'm used to seeing.
I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a few teams not necessarily bringing it all out just yet, right? They are, as you said, potentially holding back for tomorrow. And I think for a lot of the squads, especially in that middle region, tomorrow is going to be a big day, right? Where they can really make quite a bit of an impact. But for the time being, I mean, Bonds needs to survive, right? Alpha, they're not in the middle. They're near the top there. And this is their opportunity to reclaim a bit of that territory. But it is going to be a sticky situation to work through. As Apex is on the one hill, we've got Entity just up ahead. So not quite sure how Bonds is going to be able to squeeze through. The answer is he won't. Instead, he will get denied access.
Yeah, but you know what? He survived to top 9. Unfortunately, unable to get a placement point, which really hurts, actually, because he's not able to get any points at all. But he has survived half the lobby, right? He went out in 9th place, so kudos to him, as Wolves also trying to get that that solo play coming through on the bush there. That's going to be an interesting one to keep track of, as Entity, we saw them there for a moment. Still a full squad, 7 eliminations. Actually, VT have 7 eliminations as well, but they're in a far better position over on Everest. So definitely my focus is going to be on Team Entity here, just because how are they going to move out of such a sticky situation? They got Straight Nepal looking at them. They got the teams from all over the place looking at them, and they're outside of zone. So I want to see how they're going to make this one work.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to be a pretty big one. Quite a curious question here, but oh, right out on the ball again, finding themselves on the edge of zone once more. Hope though, swinging on through Psycho. Oh, getting absolutely uprooted, just whipped out of the vehicle. This is now a bit of an angle, but down goes Spence. Oh my word. Oh, the vehicle play is just so beautiful. Wolves also getting picked up.
Yeah, that is crazy. We're seeing so many cool vehicle plays coming through on this game, right? I mean, what's that, the 3rd or the 4th one? We've had hovercrafts, we've had vehicles, we've had buggies, and now it happens again. Cole, though, for 9Z, just down to a solo. Or Cole gets knocked, leaving his teammate just down to a solo, rather. R8 as well, also a solo. Some hard truths being shown here is actually we have so many teams that are pretty full up in terms of their players, and the rest of the teams just have to straggle along. Nice, really nice sprays coming in there from that solo, but it isn't going to be enough to get that knock, not enough to get that entry point, and now it's going to be Apex. Oh, loses one. The other one steps into the Molotov, dwindling health coming on through. The nade pushes him down to just a tiny bit of health, and I swear, a Team Entity moving through. Look at the pressure they're putting on these teams time and time again now. Up to 11 eliminations. It's all up to Chino now from Apex. Last solo left standing in the smoke. Oh, has no idea. Hope gets taken on down, and now it's down to the final player. 1v1. Not going to be able to even thirst the elim. Not even able to confirm it and flush it away. That's going to be Team Entity up to 15 eliminations, and they should be able to get this knock rezzed.
I mean, that was an absolutely crazy play, right? Even though there was a bit of a change to the shotties, it seems like they still work quite well. But now it is going to be that final zone getting ready to pop on through. Just about the end here, as well, we're down to 3 squads. The health bars are really starting to dwindle. But if you're the side of, I would say, Venture, right, this is that opportunity to capitalize. I mean, the NZ Pros, only a duo left, just barely holding on. Team Entity, they've been absolutely locking it in though. 15 eliminations. Right, if they had the numbers, I'm pretty sure this chicken would have been theirs. But unfortunately, that is not what they have to work with here. And Venture Inc. can really look to sink their teeth into that winner chicken dinner.
They absolutely can. That is going to be something that is going to boost them so far up that leaderboard. Not that they were particularly low, but, you know, with these numbers starting to get higher and higher as we move through the matches, a big win like this is exactly what they need to keep themselves in the conversation. Let's see if they can do it, though. Team Entity, they got out of one sticky situation. They lost a player, but they might just be able to do it again. They've got a big momentum on their side now. Nexus, not allowing his status as, you know, part of a duo to really keep him. Okay, never mind. Okay, never mind, guys. Sorry I mentioned you. Sorry I spoke about you. You go out in third place, but honestly, it doesn't even matter, right? They get 15 points. That's more than a win. They are good. They're happy with how this game turned out.
Yeah, Jet, Nip has a tendency to do that. You should know it by now, right? She talks about a team and boom, it all just happens. But either which way, oh, Venture though. Oh, surprising turn. I mean, it looked like that was going to be a very abrupt end here for NZ, but does seem like they are still holding strong. Tonka, yeah, doesn't want to venture into the same setup as the teammate went through. Let's see how this one is going to pan out. It's now full send, right? Well, a 1v3 play as NZ is down to their last hope. Ooh, but fortunately though, NZ's player quite far from the pressure here. The locks come in. Kiddo just trying to avoid it. Could he maybe still turn it around? Not very likely, as the blue is going to put so much pressure on them. And phase 8 going to hit any time now. And it's just a matter of a few moments until NG. Oh, I'm going to feel that pressure. Up comes a quick responses from Donka. Just blazing his way on in, dodging, dipping, and diving his way into a winner chicken dinner. Absolutely exciting stuff. Venture Inc. venturing where they've not yet ventured today, right? Into that winner chicken dinner territory.
Really good stuff from Venture Inc. Nicely done, well played, well controlled. And again, that's now the second game today that we've seen a team win from an outside position, from just allowing teams to fight each other and have those stragglers come to them. It might not be the most, you know, insane game, but it is definitely a win, and it's definitely points on the board. And actually in the example here set by Venture, it's going to be a pretty high elimination count as well. I think that puts them up to 13 eliminations with 9Z getting taken out by them. So that is actually a really big game coming through, especially for an Erangel. It's going to be a 23-point game. That is crazy.
Yeah, you were also crazy because I'm looking at what we can see on the screen right here, right? The ink there, that is epic.
The ink,
right? That looks pretty sick. Like, it must have hurt quite a bit, but you know what? It looks pretty epic. It looks pretty cool.
It does look cool.
If you can, you can. If you can't, don't. It's as simple as it is, but I think that is pretty much a wrap on that. I mean, Venture Inc. Hey, I see the funny part there. Right, doing what they could, bringing in a glorious performance here. And I mean, Everest, always such a challenging position to play through. I mean, even NZ, right? They were quite a bit of a challenge at the end, right? Not gonna give that chicken for free. Really gonna make them work for it. And of course, as we know, right? Teams are playing to try and push the points up as high as they can. But here we go. It is gonna be a glorious, what's that? 13? Yeah, you were right. 13-point finish for them, and some pretty strong stats on their end as well.
Yeah, very strong stats. I mean, look at Axial, right? 5 eliminations and 33 damage taken. So, if he's not the MVP, who on earth is it going to be? So we'll keep an eye out for that. But yeah, really good stuff coming in from them. And with the leaderboards being as close as they are, DK, you know, this is going to mean that they should jump pretty high up that leaderboard, and we're looking at a new top 3.
I mean, we could potentially be having exactly that, right? We'll see pretty soon once we take a look at what those match rankings are to get a really good assessment of the situation. But I mean, also Team Entity, right? You got to give it up to them. They tried really hard. We did see some pretty decent elimination counts getting tallied up there rather by them. And I mean, all these teams are just packing in so much pressure. Everybody is trying to climb as high they can, and I think especially looking at where we are with regards to these points, right? There's so much opportunity available to pretty much everyone right here.
There is, yeah. Entity actually having another huge game. So, like I said, they didn't even need the win, right? The win would have been nice, but look at that. Only 3 points difference. And they have 5 less position points. I mean, that is an insane stat to read here. And the gap between them and Apex and NG Pros, I mean, 9 and 7, I mean, that's a big gap coming on through here. And that will be reflected in those overalls as well. So definitely something to really look out for. I'm going to be very excited to see how this shapes up that leaderboard going into the second half now of day 1. We're starting to really dwindle on those matches, and I know that sounds silly to say because it's only 3 games into the tournament, right? And we've got 2 more days on top of the rest of the matches today. But when you only have 18 matches, and when you only have 1 place to get to those PMGO finals, global finals, right? It starts feeling very, very short. Like 3 games already are gone. We only have so many. This is where the pressure starts to ramp up a little bit. I won't say it's going to get all the way there because that will be tomorrow. Halfway through tomorrow, you'll be like, we're halfway through and we've not done this, that, and the other, right? Right now, though, is where that thought process starts to come into play as, whoa, it's not going to be who I thought it was. It's going to be Ace OP from Entity, of course. 6 eliminations, 6 knockouts, and 1,000 damage. So very well done over to Ace OP, carrying that team just a little bit and getting them that bit closer, or 6 points closer to that 23-point game.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely starting to rack on up here. Entity trying everything they can with regards to those eliminations, and they've actually been able to bag quite a few of those. So I'm excited to see where, the teams are looking to take everything. It's like it's just continuously building, especially with 15 eliminations coming through for the side of Entity. I mean, that is going to sit quite comfortably with them. And you said that there might be a bit of a change-up. And, of course, I suspect that there definitely has been quite a bit of a change-up. And I think Entity might have been one of those teams looking to bring in the change-up, right? 15 elims, wow. That is going to take them a long, long way. But, of course, well, this is now the point where the calculators need to come out. We need to count everything up before returning. And we'll be back with match number 4 right after the break. So don't go anywhere. Welcome back, guys. The sweaty action just starting to pile on up. We've seen 3 winner chicken dinners, Ventrue, Equinox, Evolutions, and we're not done with the E's yet because we are getting ready for our final Erangel to come on through. But of course, it is time for all the answers to be revealed, at least with regards to the calculators, right? As we need to add all those scores together to see what the standing situation is currently. And Nep, as you've said, right, there's potential for change coming through with regards to that top 3, and we'll see exactly how much of a change the teams have been able to secure coming as a result of this past game. And here is the answer. It is none other than Team Entity climbing up 5 positions all the way into first place. But Ventrue, they jumped 11 positions all the way up into second. So absolute insanity. Who else moved up, of course, was Sun Esports, right? Jumping 2 slots from 10th up into that 8th place. We did see Apex move up 3 slots. We even saw NZ Pro moving up out of 16th place. So things are looking up for a few squads, and other teams, it's not moving anywhere, right? Region 8, the only squad that are still exactly where we saw them before the previous game, still locked into on that 11th position. So hopefully we can see a few things changing up as we come through into the next one. But Team Entity, 28 eliminations. That is looking pretty nice on their end.
That is really, really looking nice. And I do want to point out, right, between R8 and Entity, there's just over 15 points. So it seems like there's a lot of a gap, right? But that is less than 1 game, especially the way these games are going. That is less than 1 game, and R8 or anybody on that side of the leaderboard could be moving up into that first place as well. So still very much all to play for. The numbers look big, they look scary, but we saw that Ventrue could do it, right? They jumped right up into that second place. So it can be done, and it can be done today.
Yeah, but I mean, interesting thing that I'm also noticing is the team that's been the most consistent with regards to placement is Evolution, but they're in 4th, right? They've been moved out of that position because, well, as we've seen time and time again, aggression definitely paves the way to the top of the board. So curious to see who's going to be the next one to try and step that up, as we've got 3 different winner chicken dinners coming in so far. But I like what this is doing for the statistics as well, right? It's definitely looking to stack up quite well for the teams. Everybody trying everything that they can think of, and especially now with this being our final Erangel for the day.
Yes.
Whatever they have planned, they have to let it loose right now, because if they can't, it's going to become quite difficult for them to, you know, kind of bolt that footing up. And speaking about footing up, of course, make sure that you don't heat your device up all too much. And especially if you're playing with the GT50 Pro, that's not going to happen. You saw those cool liquid things, right? Keeps everything cool, keeps everything calm, and make sure you can stay in flow state, that there's no distractions, no lag, just focus and domination. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what Team Entity is playing on right now, right? They are all just balling, having a great old time there with the GT50 Pros. But of course, you know, that real liquid cooling system definitely giving that edge to the devices. And of course, aside from that, it's got those cool buttons on them, right, that you can do so much with, right? I like gadgety things, so I like seeing buttons and things that they can press and program them to do whatever they need to do. So, well, if you want to get your hands on one of those, scan the code down below to get more information on that. And, well, as the teams are looking forward to it, right, they are looking to be the champion, and you could also maybe be the champion and get your hands on that GT50 Pro. Speaking of which, we're getting ready to cook. We're heading into the kitchen for one more show here to cook up a storm and see exactly what the teams are going to be bringing in, as the final Erangel has just arrived.
Ooh. This is where I would start to get a little bit nervous if I was one of these teams, DK, because, like, this is where it gets serious now. You're right. This is the last Erangel of today, of day 1. After that, there's no more chances. We go over to Miramar, and this is where you really have to let it all out now. This is where you have to bring your A game if you want to have a good bread and butter game on this map, because Miramar is so unpredictable. There's so many nooks and crannies. It takes so long to get to zone at any one time. It is really a much more difficult map than Erangel in a lot of ways. So definitely these teams want to have a good game here, particularly AFL. They're going to be really hoping to have a better game than they had in the last one. Yes, their solo survived a long time, but that still landed them 0 points on the board for game 2, or game 3 rather. So game 4, they're going to be definitely looking to counter that with a decent game here. Let's see if they're going to be able to do that. We do not see them land the same place that we saw them. They're going to be going over to Yasnaya, and as far as we can tell here, DK, it looks like they're going to be on their own.
Ooh. I mean, it's not the worst setup that you could look to get here, right? I mean, Alpha 4 Legends, this could be a good setup, especially with that now being smack dab center zone. That's probably the best setup they could have asked for coming into this match. But now they got to get themselves ready. Now they got to prepare because, you know, there could be quite a bit of an influx or surge of teams looking to head up in their direction. And of course, if your name is NT Pro or 9Z, right, all the Z's taking it easy down on that far southern side of the map. Hovercrafts coming into play as well. Ooh, I like this, right? Getting a vehicle sorted out as quickly as possible. Not gonna have to stress too much about that. And I think Remix is gonna be beaming, right? Because maybe we could see even more potential attempts at players getting knocked out with these hovercrafts rolling up into this match.
I'd love to see that. It's always so fun to watch that unfold over onto the stream. And it makes for a good clip as well. It makes for a nice little bit of content there at the same time. As, yeah, this is going to be a super chill game, actually. I think we're in it for the long haul here, DK. We're going to have to wait for these teams to get into maybe zone 2, zone 3, before we start seeing any action. No one's near each other. Everybody's split very nicely, and everybody's just looting. Yeah,
looting, getting ready to scoot on somewhere else. But, you know, aside from winner chicken dinners and, you know, qualification slots teams are playing for, there's also a bit of prize money at hand as well, right? So, I mean, Entity currently walking away potentially with the lion's share here if they can maintain the lead they currently have. But I do expect a bit of a change-up coming through between VT and Equinox there, as both teams are sitting on exactly the same amount. But Evo, they're gonna have to double down if they want to lock it in. But one team that I'm quite surprised to see sitting where they are is Resilience. Only 7 points so far. It's been a bit of a tough day. So if I hope for, at least for their part, ooh, hey yo, if they can't pick it up together, right, then they might be able to bring it all in tomorrow then. But Alpha 4 Legends, right, we were talking about cooking and eating and aprons and things like that. They just having a feast now. This is Looter's paradise.
It absolutely is. Where is Max when we need him? He would be jumping up and down at that. They've gone and chased the loot truck. They've blown it up, because if you do go ahead and blow it up, then there's lots and lots of loot, more than the loot that it drops normally. And also, if you can get it into a good position, then it's a nice little bit of cover as well. So definitely worth chasing down and making sure that you can have control of it. And that's a really great strategy coming in from AFL. Gonna get all that loot. I mean, just, you know, the scopes, all the weapons, everything you could possibly want. Level 3 gear. So really, really worth your while, especially if you're off, you know, at the top of Severny or somewhere similar where there's no one around you. So really nice to see that being used finally.
Yeah, well, speaking about use, right, let's see what use these players are going to put their vehicles into, as everybody has to try and cram themselves up in towards the northeastern side of zone. We saw Yasnaya Polyana being smack dab center. It does seem like Resilience here are opting for a little bit more of that far eastern setup, right? Are they going to be able to get anywhere good secured? I hope so. But they have to be quick, because the Wolves are going to be rolling up right here behind them. Molina might start bumping heads, and this is going to be go time. You can see Baton spotting out a little bit of something there as they fall back, looking to maybe get themselves situated up into Walmart. And from what we can see, it's open for the taking, right? So go in, go shopping, see what you can get. And then when you are filled up, you can head over into shelter or right here into the junkyard to make sure that everything is good and golden. But a lot of rotational play now as the teams look for that next position to call home.
Yeah, I like how respectful they're being of this as well, though, right? Because both of these teams really, well,
Yes?
I
You were saying?
was gonna say that they really don't want the fight. Both Brazilians and Wolves, they didn't want to fight. They were like, this is too early, we don't want to do this. We're going to scout, we're going to use our vehicles, get as much information as we can, because we know that there are going to be teams that are rotating, but we're not going to just fully commit. And thank goodness they didn't, right? Because Evolution was ready to pick up that elimination. Imagine if they had third-partied an ongoing fight. It would have been donezo for both of them. So, you know what? That's really nice pickup from Evolution, but I think that really both of those teams, Brazilians and Wolves, dodged a major bullet.
Yeah. Well, it depends on what you mean by dodge, because Wolf, not quite. Right, but either which way, it's going to be everybody looking to push in. But you know what I like about this Lorne setup here? It means that there's also a potential option for Heaven to come into play. Right, and I always enjoy seeing a few flying vehicles. But now, it's just the prowl session, right? Everybody looking to find that next position, doing a little bit of scouting. They don't want to push up too aggressively just yet. And I mean, for a few of those outlier squads, right, that push all the way to the far edges of the map, this is their opportunity to get a little bit cheeky, right? As Equinox spots out NZ Pro.
I feel bad for Meng. Meng is usually the go-to pro when it comes to those sprays, and that was not one of his best, and so that just means that now NG know exactly where he is. They know that he's there. There's no more surprise element. And what, Blinky? Hello? Are you just gonna full set? No way, DK. There's no way he's doing this. And actually, he is gonna run Meng away. He's gonna go absolutely not. That is hugely aggressive coming in from this team. I was not expecting that at all.
I was kind of imagining Blinky sitting there shouting at his device, right? Like just sitting like, ah! trying to scare whoever's ahead of him off to that. But yeah, good play as they move up. Shelby now going to continue to roll on through, going for a quick refill, maybe considering it, but seeing that, instead can show off. I respect that. That was a decent drift. Well done. Not a bad one. I'll give that probably 7 out of 10. But in the meantime, the zone is going to center up onto that southern edge. I'm still hopeful that we could have a bit of that Heaven play. There's also still Potato Hill in the mix, and upsets could really happen out in that open field.
My question is, who's going to go to apartments? Because you know somebody's going. You know. Somebody's going to be going over there. Who?
NZ. I think it might be NZ. If not NZ, it might be... I'd say maybe Entity. NZ or Entity.
Okay. Okay, I could see that. I could definitely see that being the case. VIP, though, haven't thought that far ahead. Ooh, Equinox. They are not backing down at all. Look at them come through, just rolling in amongst all of these teams as VIP, the next to fall, down to just a solo. They went from a full squad to a solo in about 10 seconds here. And it looks like they might just say, bye-bye, it's your time to go. Back to the lobby with you. Just complete obliteration. And so evenly spaced. Look at that, 1 point each. So each of them having a hand in VIP's demise. VIP gonna be have to be happy with 19 points on the board and nothing to show for this game.
I think that they've now gone from Equinox to Equinox, right? As that was just so smooth. But speaking about which, though, Apex, the next one to feel the heat. As Resilience comes rushing on forward and claiming the compound for themselves. Hey, yo, Resilience stepping it up. Love where this is going, but that is unfortunate for Apex. A very early finish here. Only 14 points to their name. Again, right? Few teams trying a few things. Some of it works, others not so much.
Not so much, but I swear, Resilience really hurt us talking about them, because here we go. I mean, okay, they've lost one and they are able to res one. They've only got 2 eliminations, but with only 9 points on the board, or rather 7 points on the board before this, 2 is a decent chunk. That's nearly a third of your points already achieved in one game. So like to see that coming through for them. We know they have so much more in the bag that they can give us, so gonna be looking forward to them being able to get a little bit more comfortable, relaxing a little bit, and showing us what they have.
Well, we're excited to see exactly what they can bring in here, but for the time being, it's going to be a lot of that blue juice being just distributed all over the place. Region 8 now looking to roll on through as well. Ooh, a little bit of that bumper car play. Let's see what the forecast will have for us. So far, it seems like it could be a little bit cloudy, but maybe we could still change that up, as we do have Vatic just over on the edge there. But now it's going to be that full send, right? You were asking about apartments. The question, or I think the answer to that question could probably be now just about almost anybody, right? But I'm still sticking to what I said, right? Team Entity or NZ, as both teams do have an opportunity to get themselves situated. Resilience also looking to get a bit of a setup going here. R8 now moving up. We got the players there from VTC also just kind of trying to find an angle to get the whole squad situated. So this is probably up to be quite a bit of a sweaty zone rolling in.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty crazy in a few minutes here. We're not even at the 15-minute mark, and we already have 2 teams back in the lobby. It's about to get a lot crazier than that. Here we go, Evolution. Gonna be trying to move on in. You can already hear those shots coming through somewhere else on the map. R8 trying to use the bridge, trying to get through, get to zone any way they can, but they are getting told absolutely not by Vatic of all teams. This team, I'm not too concerned about them. They only have 10 points on the board right now, right? But I'm not too concerned about them because Vatic did this in the North American finals, where they would just not be doing well for a couple of days, and then that final day they really pulled through and just were able to trounce the rest of the lobby. So for me, I want to see a little bit more from them coming into today, but it doesn't surprise me that they aren't just yet, as Team Entity going to be grabbing a point away from Equinox. And isn't that crazy, right? The first and second place team just clashing constantly here. Just unable to leave each other alone.
Yeah, it's like moth to the flame, right? Both of them just cannot avoid each other. It's just they're magnetic, right? They are, just they just have that certain feature there that they brought into this game. But it's exciting. It does bring quite a bit of pressure to the rest of the lobby as well. But now 9Z though, they've been a little bit docile today, right? They've not been doing all too much. Yes, we see them fighting every now and then, but we've not been seeing a full-on 9Z showcase just yet.
We haven't, but we're starting to see an Equinox showcase. My goodness. Taking names already in this game. 5 eliminations on the board. That puts them just 3 points behind Entity, and Entity knows it. They've started to really wake up in this game, trying to get as many of those Elans early on, trying to make space for themselves, and you can see them really encroaching here into this area. Oh, Starboy might just fall victim to that, just might have overextended ever so slightly as the zone moves over towards apartments, towards that school area. So it does mean that we're going to move away from Potato Hill. And Equinox now needs to move into zone.
I mean, what's scary about this is we're in zone 4, approaching the end of 4, closing in on 5 as well, and we still have 14 teams up. And I mean, Resilience, I like this preemptive push that they bring in, looking to get themselves situated. Wolf now feeling a little bit of that pressure as well, as we can see their heads rolling up. But Wolf, unfortunately, not going to be able to sustain too much of a play here, as they are our 14th team out of here. 13th one is down as well. Oh, Evo getting wrapped up and shipped out. But now it is going to be go time, right? There's no more time to sit back and relax. The team's got to get to work, and things are going to get quite spicy with the Region 8 already getting a nice setup here in apartments.
It is going to be Region 8 taking up residence over. Oh, Sun Esports is going to go down, and that's going to be just more of Team Equinox. Just more of them going, absolutely not. We're going to be taking our position here very seriously. 7 eliminations already. DK, we're 16 minutes in, 11 teams still remaining, and they are 7 eliminations deep into this game.
Yeah, I mean, Equinox doing some pretty phenomenal things over here. But let's see, are we going to continue to shout their name, or will there be another team looking to rise to the occasion? I mean, Upgrade, they could definitely look to do a little bit of something here. Already sitting with those 2 eliminations to their name, full squad up. But they find themselves in a bit of a position here over on towards the southeastern side. I mean, not too much pressure currently up against them. But there's the hill, right? That's also kind of in play as well. So gonna have to be a little bit cautious with that approach. Meanwhile, 9Z though, doing a bit of that due diligence, trying to maybe see if they can bait somebody to venture on into their line of spray here, but nothing looking to pan out from that though. It is going to be Vatic moving in alongside them. Kiddo, ooh, cheeky. Does he get it? No. Gets a little bit of something, but not enough to make anything count here. Instead, gets the sprays running through as Fox Bauer. Oh, feels a little bit of that pressure, a little bit of that sting getting delivered over on their end. But I like this. Fox trying to up the ante, right? Trying to find that momentum, that basic. If not here, maybe a little bit later.
Let's see what they can pull off here. I said it earlier, and I want to say it again. Fox, I really want to keep my eye on Fox. I want to see what they have to show. They are looking, you know, they're really using those vehicles effectively here, trying to get as much information as possible. They've got a duo so that they can back each other up. They've got a 2-2 split. It looks all good on paper, and yet they only have 10 points. They're sitting in 15th place right now. So to me, I really need to figure out what makes this team be able to look so good and yet not able to convert those points onto the scoreboards. As the zone shifts to the south, that really gives now these teams an excuse, a reason to move on into this compound.
I mean, I think realistically it's Fox just trying to play a bit of a tactic here. Venture also trying a little bit of something here, but unfortunately not making too much of that, and out they go. But I think realistically Fox, I wouldn't be too concerned about them just yet, right? I think that they've got a surprise up their sleeve somewhere, right? Maybe not today, but I think it will come, right? Because if you look at how they performed back in their regionals, in their regionals, they've shown a lot of capability, right? A lot of potential there. So they do possess that. They just got to time it right? They just got to find that spot where I think they feel comfortable enough to let it all loose. This match, unfortunately, is not going to be that match, as we do say goodbye to them. Out they go, no points to show for it. But now, Equinox, are they going to pick up the momentum yet again? Are they going to push? Could it maybe be Entity looking to upset them? Or could it be maybe AFL? I mean, I think AFL is also one of those lurking teams, right? They're kind of just in the wing there, waiting for just that instance where you do something that could open up a vulnerability, and then they're going to strike and hit you so hard.
I think what's really important to know is that it doesn't really feel like anybody's playing for the top 1 position. Everybody's playing for that top 3, top 4. Only the champion goes through to the next round, right? Into those global finals. However, we have Smash ruling.
Yeah.
And none of these teams want to be far behind. You could be 4th place and achieve Smash and go to PMGO Global Finals ahead of the team that's number 1. That is such an important detail, and I think these teams know that, and you're really starting to see, you know, the teams like AFL, like 9Z rather, really come up and go, we cannot fall behind. We're falling too far behind. Yeah.
You don't have to be the best. You just need to be close enough. Right. You don't have to have the most points on the board.
That's a rock.
You just need to be within range to hit that. Oh, and unfortunately, that rock is going to deliver them a very uncomfortable position. Cole just narrowly surviving that escape. Just shows you the awareness coming through, and it does seem like this is the match in which Resilience are looking to step it up, right? They've just been so much more in the face of the opponents here, right? They've got a phenomenal setup, they've got a good position, they've got 4 eliminations under their belt already, and they are looking to be an absolute menace, and I like where this is going for them. But let's see whether or not Vati can survive, as Casper might get ghosted. Oh, is he going to make it? Just narrowly holding on. And AFL, they packing in the heat here.
Yeah, AFL are not letting go. They move up into that 3rd place position, right? They were in 5th, so they've already moved up 2 points. And that is going to be Vatic taken out by AFL. There we go. 6 eliminations on the board now. But Equinox just keep moving ahead of them. Maybe not so much for very longer, though. What? Upgrade going to be taking out 2 of them. And so now that just kind of nips them in the bud just a little bit. Yeah, they got a bunch of eliminations. Yeah, they were looking really good. But now the chance of them winning, of getting those 10 extra points, is looking a lot worse.
Well, I see if NZ can do anything with their setup. I mean, this is a pretty good position that they've got on that southern side of the zone, right? They got a good vantage point, and I'd say relative ease with regards to reach here, right? And there's still going to be a little bit of that pressure coming in from the Equinox side, but maybe they can figure out a way to survive something here. And now Cloudy and the rest of Region 8 trying to make that upcoming rotation a little bit easier. Don't want to overextend it too much just yet, but here we go. It is going to be go time. AFL moves up. Yuck! Getting yeeted right out of his vehicle. A very aggressive spring, and hey, yo, Upgrade. They've got some MG3 action on their end.
Heck yeah. I mean, Upgrade. Team that needs no introduction. We've seen them do lots of things for a very long time. So it's nice to see them, you know, moving up into that 6th place with that 7th elimination on the board. Now R8 as well, another team that have held their own. They're middle of the pack. That's really decent. But now wanting to get a little bit more, potentially even that win. I mean, with all of these teams fighting and scrapping it out on the edge, it might just fall to them to be able to pick up the win out of this.
Well, it might, right? They definitely is an opportunity for that to happen here, and this is exactly the kind of turnaround that we want to see, right? We do see quite a few of the teams higher up on those standings now already back in the lobby, so it opens up the opportunity for a little bit of a shift to come through. Molina, not the bestest vehicle to rotate up in, especially out in the zone. But Molina trying everything and anything they can think of. And unfortunately, I think for Molina, it's going to be quite a bit of an uphill battle, right? Looking at where Region 8 is set up, looking where everybody on that southern side find themselves situated. So Upgrade definitely going to look to follow through here with a lot of difficulty now for Resilience.
It is going to be an uphill battle for basically all of these teams. I mean, you've got AFL there, that one solo, who's basically one of the only ones that's got a decent position in zone. I do see R8 as well with a good position, but, you know, there's so many teams around them that it's going to be really hard to hold on to that. Equinox, I think, are taking the right approach here. They've played all their big, crazy, you know, fancy cards, and now they're just looking to survive a little bit. Top 6, maybe they'll try and get to top 4, top 3. If they can do that and guarantee some really good placement points, then they're looking very good.
Ooh. Well, I mean, you know who's also looking pretty good? R8, right? Region 8, this is the kind of setup that you are looking to have, especially with the hills. And unfortunately, well, Equinox
for goodness sake,
are out of here. That is very typical from Neptura. Talk about a team and bye-bye they go. So let's see who's the next team Neptura will choose to talk about, because I mean, I'm sure if I was a betting man, I could have made some interesting plays so far. But luckily, yeah, I don't tempt fate to see what is going to be happening. NZ, though, up they come, looking to just push in a little bit, and it does seem like the hill could be quite a decent position to try and play off. I think this is where a lot of these trees are working out quite well for the cover, right? They got the trees, they've got the rocks also along the way, so it doesn't expose any of those rotations just yet. But I don't think any compounds are really going to be in play coming into this next phase as Upgrade now starts to move on forward. Bonds, again, one of the lone survivors, but coming through with a very heavy contribution for the squad. 6 eliminations as a solo.
Yep, that's entirely right, and he's just looking for more and more and more. Keep in mind here, as we look into the top 4, we have 2 solos and 2 full squads. I mean, that is a crazy amount of work to be having here as Havoc, might just fall. No, he's okay. He's all right for now. He's got that MG3 on his side as well, so definitely going to have to keep an eye on that as R8 now. Look at Cloudy moving over to the north side, looking for that off angle. Bonds does go out to the blues, or does go out to a nade, and that's going to be AFL taken out here. Unable to do more than they already have, but what they already have is more than enough. Really, really good work coming in from them in this last game. And now, 2 teams remain, the 2 full squads. How are they going to play this one? For me, my money's on Region 8. I think they've got just such a great hold on the zone, but with especially this nade, it could all go south very quickly.
I'm going to go with the statistics, right, and say NZ, right? NZ could have this one in the back. They have the nice elevated position to try and play off of here, and Jelly getting spotted out there, but not following through on the spray just yet. Killer just patiently awaiting. Kiddo, is he going to be able to get himself patched up in time? No, instead focus on the mollies almost against his teammate. Oh, that could have been nasty, but yep, there we go. NZ Pro is going to walk away victorious with that winner chicken dinner. R8, the game close, but they didn't come close enough. Unfortunately, right, that hill advantage definitely looking to pay off for them, and NZ, they just so happy about this win. That is definitely going to elevate their position on the overall standings.
It really is, and that's exactly what they needed, right? They were not looking so hot down there on the bottom of the leaderboard. They were just struggling game after game, but this was such a great game from them. They were able to do so much. And yeah, really, really good work from them. And yeah, you're right. This is going to put them so much higher, puts them in a much more comfortable position, especially going into these Miramars. They tend to do very well on Miramar, and so I'm very excited to see what we're going to be seeing in the next 2 games from not so good games.
Yeah, I mean, it was really, really good game. So a good showing here from the side of NZ. The upsets just being all over the place. Teams trying everything they can. And I mean, a lot of teams making major moves, right? And that is exactly what we want to see. But now moving into the next part of the day, I think that's where things could take a little bit of a shift, right? Because from here, Miramar is going to be up next, right? So that could change up the dynamic for a few of the teams. As we know, few squads, they like to play Erangel, but other squads, they really like to play in the desert, right? They really just know how to work the terrain, to work the angles, and of course, well, work Miramar into a beautiful mold. So we'll see pretty soon exactly what those teams are going to be doing. But first up, we need to take a look and see who is our MVP. What's the score situation looking like? And did we have any major crazy upsets yet again? Do we still have Entity and Equinox safe in their position? Or has there been a bit of an upset? Of course, we'll get into that pretty soon. But I like where this is going, right? I mean, nothing is secure so far, right? Everybody has an equal and fair opportunity to get themselves closer to the top. And as you said, right, the teams are playing with Smash in mind, right? Trying to get themselves just close enough so that when the opportunity presents itself, they can snap and get that victory and, well, take the seat, right? And I mean, I would be so upset if I was a team sat in first position and a team from 4th place just qualifies for that hit and then just, bam, sneaks it in, taking away that that winner chicken dinner. But speaking about winner chicken dinners, of course, it is the NZ Bros that got their hands on one this time around. Oh, a very good showing here. 10 eliminations to accompany that as well.
Yeah, I'm very even across the board as well, right? all of these players just able to do their part and contribute what they needed to. So very nice showing from all of them, and it's going to be really nice for their mindset as well, because it's so even. All of them should be feeling equally ready, rather than, you know, 6 elims going to one player and then the rest of them are kind of like, yeah, but I kind of didn't do good that game, right? It's really nice to see that they're being able to be very even and very equal amongst all of those eliminations. I'm very excited to see where this puts them on that leaderboard, because it definitely puts them back into the conversation. It puts them back into the running, right? No longer are they the 15th, 16th place team. I'm guessing they're going to be more like 8th or 9th.
Yeah, I mean, maybe even higher than that, right? We don't quite know, but this might have been enough. We did see what it did in the previous game. It booted the squad up 11 slots, so this could be an Equinox similar, an Equinox adjacent kind of performance coming through here from them. 20 points is what they are going to look to add to their overall tally here, which is going to help them quite a bit. R8 also looking quite comfortable with their 5 eliminations and a glorious 11 points. Quite a few double digits, right? All 5 teams there walking away with pretty comfortable numbers.
Can I just point out as well that Equinox got another 10 points to add on to last match's, right? Such a huge showing coming out from them in the last couple of games. The Rondo was a little bit rough for them. We didn't see them that much. However, they've really made up for it in the last few games, just able to consistently put up points. It doesn't have to be crazy games every single time, but that consistency of being able to get 8, 10, 12, 15 points is looking really, really good for them. And with that sort of performance, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw them, you know, in that top 3.
Yeah, I mean, that could very well be, and we'll find out very soon exactly where these teams currently find themselves. But, hey, yo, a few squads getting sent back empty-handed. We were talking about Fox, and they are going to be one of those. It seems like this is the page of the K9s, right? We got Fox Power here. We got the Wolves also holding steady. Even VIP, they've got a K9 in the picture. So maybe they need to go out and start hunting a little bit. And of course, Miramar is going to be the perfect map for the teams to do exactly that. AFL also has a wolf. So yeah, the K9s are running all over the place. But fortunately here for Bonds, it is going to be a very good performance. Not a single drop of health needed to be recovered, right? This man was immune. Not a single shot came in his direction. He's just like, you know what? I'm too cool. Nah, nobody's going to touch me. And, well, nobody did.
Nobody did. Remember, he was the solo for AFL for a long time as well. So he was able to get like 6 out of the 8 eliminations that they got. And it's just a really, really good play coming in from him. So very well deserved for that MVP award. And yeah, we're done with the Erangels now, DK. Miramar is coming up. I think the pace is going to slow down just a little bit here, but I'm excited nonetheless to get into some dusty dunes.
Yeah, we need to get into the dunes. We need to dust it off and see who is going to be packing in that pressure or that heat or whatever is going to be rolling in. Now, in order for us to get there, of course, we are going to hit you with a few of the replays from this last game. So enjoy them, and we'll see you back in a short few. Welcome back. We've been spreading winner chicken dinners across the board. We've been spreading chaos and carnage across the battlefield. But now we get to take it to the desert, right? Now we need to go build some sandcastles and see who's going to break that down and who's going to be running up the hills to claim themselves the prizes. Of course, we are going to be heading into Miramar. But before we do, we need to take a look and see what the score situation is, right? How much of an upset have these teams been able to bring on through? Where did the NZ Pro end up? Right, you said potentially somewhere like 8th, 9th place, somewhere around there. I think a little bit higher. Let's see how high. Ooh, all the way into 6th place. That means they've jumped 8 positions all the way into a very cozy and snuggly 6th position there. Upgrade. They also upgraded themselves by 3 slots all the way into 7th. The same for the players there from R8, as did Vatic. Right, Vatic also moved up 3 slots all the way into right where they are, right over there in 12th position. Resilience moved up, right? They're up into 15th, and of course Alpha Legends, Alpha 4 Legends, they climbed up all the way into 3rd. Equinox climbed up 1 slot, heading from 3rd into 2nd, and the gap is closing, right? There's not too much of a disparity over on towards that left-hand side. In fact, there's not too much of a disparity across the board, just period, right? It's 33 points difference between the front and the end.
Yeah, it is, and it's gonna be interesting to see how these Miramars shape up, right? Because we're already starting to see quite a bit of a gap coming on through. Remember, I think one, maybe even 2 games ago, we had a 15-point gap between 1st and 11th. Now that gap is more like 30 points, so it's doubled in the last game or 2. So that's going to be really, really difficult now for these teams on the second half of the leaderboard to catch up with. So these 2 Miramars, they have to play this so carefully, so well, if they want any chance of PMGO Global Finals.
Yeah, because as we know, right, there's just 1 slot, 1 seat, 1 opportunity. That's brutal, but you know what? That results in some pretty dang exciting gameplay that the teams are going to be bringing in. And of course, as we know, this is day number 1st. There are still 2 more to go, so there's still a lot of opportunities for these teams to improve their overall point situation. But based on what we've seen so far, it does seem like the teams are looking to finish quite strong on the first day, right? And that, I think, would extend across the board. So especially looking at the final 2 games coming up, right? This could be that opportunity for Foxpower, for Resilience, for Apex, even Wolves and Matic, right? To really just cram as many points in there, get as aggressive as they can, and of course, come in absolutely surging to the top of that. But an interesting thing that I want to look at, of course, is how these teams have performed back in when they were working their ways through their respective regions, right? Who were our top performers when we stepped up into the map of Miramar? Do you have any predictions before I allude to the answer?
You know what? I'm feeling AFL.
AFL. Right on the money. They got 80 points. They're the highest placing team. Right, they got the most consistent performance on the map of Miramar, so very exciting stuff.
Okay.
VIP also very consistent, 78 points, right? So there's a good opportunity for them. Puts both teams on an average of 13 points, more or less, per match. So we could be expecting to see a little bit of that. And of course, this is also the opportunity for a team like NZ Pro to step it up, because they are our 3rd best team so far on Miramar. So there is a lot of excitement just waiting around the bend for them. But of course, well, the excitement starts here as we head into match number 5 for day number 1st.
We do indeed. Here we go. And the zone, or playing path rather, going to be super chill. But that's always just such a false sense of security. It never goes well with these teams. But we will see what they're going to make of the deal that's dealt to them, as 3 teams already have left the plane. So we're going to have some southern teams here. 9Z going over to Valle del Mar. We've got VIP and Chumacera, and looks like Wolves going to be going over to that Monte Nuevo area. Are we going to get a Picado hot drop though, DK? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, Picado, I kind of hope so, but I don't think it's going to happen, right? Especially looking at the fact that we only have 1 team heading over there, so maybe not. But just to the south of it, it might be a whole different ball game, even up in towards Bozo, right? Vatic moving up. They've got some company there. I believe those are the Wolves pulling up with them as well. So we could have a few early game pew-pews happening here, and the zone is going to be pulling all the way over to glorious Impala.
I told you.
Yeah.
I told you, this game has it out for these teams. They're like, you know what? We know you have strategy. We know you've put hours and hours into perfecting what you're going to do. But you know what? You don't get to use any of that, and it's just full send, do what you can until you're all gone and you're all back in the lobby, or you win 50-50. That's the kind of luck that these teams are having right now, and it really so heartbreaking for everybody here. Vatic, though, XP3 looking for anything up against Fox. You were right, there is a hot drop going down in El Pozo, and my goodness, what a hot drop. It's right on the same building. You got El Pozo, one of the biggest cities on the map, and you still decide, wait, XP3 doesn't even have a health bar. Hang on, DK, I've never seen that.
Yeah, wait, he doesn't need a health bar, right? He can have himself in the desert, getting ready for a bit of a showdown. In fact, it is the Fox Power team that is sharing the position here with let's see who's going to be the one to survive. The knocks now getting thrown in every which direction. The pressure is on. Game is on. Who's going to get it? Oh, so far, does seem like it is being turned quite aggressively against the side of Fox, but they're still in it, right? They're not out just yet. They are going to be holding on with one single player. Chill. Now going to look to send it all down and get it in the bag, or maybe just at least ward off a little bit of this pressure.
Yep, just a little bit here, Fox. I don't know what... Whoa, hang on, chill. Taking out Klaus. Might be trying to get that flush, but I don't think he's going to be able to do it from that rooftop in particular. I'm not sure what the ideal was for Fox. I think maybe they were trying to do... Yeah, down he goes. That's going to be them out super early. I think they might have been trying to do a sort of a hot drop, try and grab momentum, a last-ditch attempt sort of deal, right? Because they are in last place right now, and maybe they were just going to try and hot drop, try and win that early fight, catch a team unawares, and, you know, just being able to get any sort of fight won under your belt is going to help you immensely. So I'm thinking that's kind of what the plan was here, but unfortunately it just did not go down how they planned, how they hoped, and now they get to go and sit and think about it for the next half hour.
Yeah, they definitely can. I mean, hopefully we can see them bounce back quite well coming into that next one, right? Deburrow themselves and get right into the action. Meanwhile, Ventru holding steady here. Sun trying to push up, looking for a bit of an opportunity, looking for a bit of that angle to play out here. But is it going to pan out? Are they going to be able to get the shots in? I mean, especially looking at Ventru, right? This is another opportunity for them to try and close up that gap. They're only 7 points behind Alpha 4 Legends. Meanwhile, Sun, they need to survive this. They need the points. They've got 17 on the board. And they are 13 away from catching up. So far, looking pretty good. Sun Esports just bringing in quite a bit of pressure. I like these angles. The tactics working out quite well for them. But now they just got to seal the fate, right? They're still going to clean up one more play. The shots are in, and down they go. Ventru. Oh, out they go in 15th.
Not the ideal position to be going out in at all, but it was bound to happen, right? Not the placement for this team, but the fights this early on. When you have a hard shift like that, you're over in Impala, you know how important Impala is going to be in the future of this game. And so, yeah, you got to take those early fights. Unfortunately, not going to work out for Ventru, but you know what? It is what it is, and they'll be able to figure things out in the next game, right? Just hopefully the zone's going to be a little bit nicer to them.
Yeah, let's see how this one is going to play out here. Still a steady wait session on the edges. Nobody rather going to be looking to make too much of a move, right? Fernandes, try and keep a little bit of consistency going here. for Resilience. I mean, they bounced back quite well in the previous match, but can they rather keep that momentum going? That is going to be the big old question here. Apex, though, very relaxed spot, right? No pressure. They can go about, get themselves booted up, looted up, and ready to move on. But Minas Generales, I mean, there's always somebody looking to get closer, right? Always a position that you need to keep a very keen eye on.
Yes, indeedy. The keen eye spots the worm, or however that phrase goes. As
Exactly.
upgrade, exactly. As upgrade's gonna be moving on through. Just FS just chilling for now. But ooh, hang on, Resilience getting a little bit too close to Apex here, and Resilience, DK. This is a team that has done so well in the past and yet just can't quite seem to make a move. They had a little bit of a better start in the last game. They got some decent points, but now flying too close to the sun here, Molina is going to go on down. It's now down to Medeon to try and do something, but it's a 1v3. They can't do anything. Nothing they can do whatsoever. And that's going to be them going down to a duo already. That is not what they wanted whatsoever.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Like, not quite sure. There's nothing we can say to pep them up. But, Resilience still in the fight, though. I mean, now they're just going to have to play it a lot more cautiously. And again, we do see Malcriado and Fernandes being the two remaining hopefuls here. At least there is still some positions they can look to get themselves situated. And I think especially the compounds that they moved into, right, with that overlook onto towards the field, could potentially set them up with a turning point, right? Now, with the zone having to move through, that's where they really need to try and play for the long game because, well, they still find themselves, I think, in a somewhat fortunate position, right? Not all hope is lost. They are pretty close to center zone. And they just now need to maintain focus. Is it going to require a lot more work from the two of them?
Wow.
Yes. But, Zone is going to try and throw a few spanners in the works here.
I hate this for these teams. I'm just gonna say it because look how beautifully spread all of these teams are along the coastline. Like, they thought about this. So often, if there's a zone like this, we see everybody just full send on Impala. And this time, all of these teams had this beautifully thought out, splits and positions all up and down that coast, and the zone has just gone, no, we're gonna go Los Leones and Cliffs instead. So now it's gonna be that full send potential coming on through, all onto the north side, La Bendita, Impala, the coast, all of it. It's all gonna be just absolute chaos in a minute.
Well, we're here for the chaos, though. Ooh, Resilience, they've moved up. I like that. That could be an interesting development for them. Got to watch out for Entity and Evo as well. But Upgrade also still going to be looking to find that next position to move into. A lot of bumper car play coming through here from the side of Upgrade. Don't worry, I know exactly what that feels like. But hey, yo, Sun, they're going to be moving up, just leading the charge ahead of Apex. And I think this is going to be a case of first come, first serve, right? First team up, pops out, gets the guns out and starts letting loose, and that could definitely bag them quite a few spray downs. But I'm going to be focusing quite a bit of my attention, I'd say, on the north though, right? Because we do have a nice bit of field there. AFL could look to move into that and get themselves position, but not really in any kind of imposing angles, right? Just holding their distance for the time being, trying to get a good read on what the teams ahead of them doing, and hoping and praying that the zone pulls to the east.
I mean, look at Equinox, though. Full squad in Los Leones, the only team to be there, right? And that is going to set them up for such a nice end game. As long as they hold their ground, they can regroup if they need to. They don't need to have the entire city to themselves, but if they carve out enough space for themselves, they're looking very, very good here. The zone should go that direction. That seems to be the trajectory we're going, but at this point, who knows?
Yeah, who knows? Hopefully we'll find out soon. 9Z, though, also going to be looking to get a little bit of a thing going here as Wolf is moving in just ahead of them. But I like that setup coming through from the Wolves. I mean, that elevated position is going to make it quite difficult for Becca and the rest of the team here to not only move, but firstly get out of the compound, right? I think they are going to be quite reliant on what that zone is going to be bringing to them. But for now, we can see exactly who has already left, in case you forgot. We can see those names right there on the board. I mean, Venture, not the worst place to go out, right? 31 points to their name. This is not going to be too much to be phased about, but this means go time, right? I would say from Vatic further down towards Resilience, right? Try and push it up, try and regain that ground, and look where you can push it towards. Because still, as I've said many times, there's a great opportunity available for everybody in the lobby on day number 1.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. That is where you have the greatest chance, right? Everybody starts at 0, and you just have to make sure that either you stay ahead or you stay with the crowd, right? You don't fall behind, and you know how to use those other teams to make sure that that's exactly what happens. R8 looking to take on the Not So Good Games, and it looks like the Not So Good Games part of that name's coming true here. Down to just a solo. That's so quick. R8 now. Cloudy looking to flush all that up, and oh, that is a nasty rotation. NG just looks like they've been caught out in the open, and they're not going to be able to survive that one. Very unfortunate.
Well, let's see who's going to be fortunate to get all the stuff going here. As it is going to be, you know, still quite a bit of a push, a play. Angles being tried out. Resilience moving in on towards the north. But it is going to be a little bit of an uphill angle onto... Ooh, those hits, but what a transition. That was amazing. The wrong player. But right as the shot went off, Wolf went down. Oh, man, absolutely phenomenal stuff. A big shout out going to production. That was beautiful. But yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see what Spencer's going to be doing, right? There's always a little bit of that tension building as they're trying to get a good read on the surrounding area. And I mean, 9Z, they just look so comfortable here, right? I mean, yes, is one of their players currently DC'd? Yes, but you know, they chilling. They're like, you know what, it's fine. He comes back. We can just continue rolling on up. Becker and Remix and everybody else, they just gonna try and push through this and see, can they get a potential winner chicken dinner coming their way. Meanwhile, 9Z, a little bit of pressure on their shoulders here, right? They got to try and keep that momentum going, because we've seen it many times. Team get a chicken dinner. Next match, not so great. So hopefully things can go a little bit different here for them. But it is going to be tough, especially with the solo remaining. Yeah, it's not going to happen. Down they go.
Wow.
13th and that, or 14th rather. The next team to go warm up a seat.
Yeah, that is unfortunate, but sometimes that is just the name of the game, the name of Miramar. There's a lot of dips and a lot of crevices you can hide in, but, you know, that area around Impala, super open. Just so open, you wouldn't believe. Finally, the zone is nice to these teams, though, and it does center on up, so everybody's just got to inch forward a little here. But we are looking at a really interesting portion of the map to have in our final zone here, DK. Because look at the cliffs. We've got cliffs on that left side. We've got cliffs on the north, south, and west. Right in the middle there is a really open space, and that's where those compounds are. So all of this terrain is going to add up to some really interesting play.
Yeah, it definitely will. And so let's see how the teams are going to look to bounce back. Who is going to look to back the heat? As Sun, Russell, all of them just keeping a nice position here. Ooh, straight into the spray downs though. As Region 8 now needs to get out of that blue and back into safety.
And that's exactly what they're going to try and do here, because the zone is going to start coming on in now. NZ, you got to move on in, and VIP are right next to them. So they're going to have to just very carefully inch on forward here. We shall see how well they can do with this one, because that's just going to be so tricky, right? Because it's just so open. There's so much open ground between the two teams that it is not going to be easy to hide from them as they move forward. A a bit of a better time here just because there's not really anybody that close to them. Yes, you do have resilience, but they're a duo. They've got another team looking straight at them. They're not going to really pay much mind in that way. So a much better position coming in from them.
Yeah, well, let's see who else could look to get themselves into a sweet spot as Alpha 4 now starts to move up. They've got quite a bit of company rolling in right behind them. You don't want to get stuck there. Yuck. Get the heck moving. Because you've got VIP and R8 also now starting to make their rounds. Oh, a hit landing over onto the side there of R8 is going to slow the roll, at least for the time being. But this opens up the angle up for VIP to really back it in. Look at those sprays go. But still, very difficult position to play. And I think actually this is a great opportunity for AFL to try and turn it around, right? They do have a bit of a gatekeep opportunity here as soon as these teams, of course, clear the hillside, right? Once they have their eyes set on target, I want to see it all just being let loose, and Reyes can try and pull it all together.
Really love the 2-2 split coming in from VIP there. Really nice control, but very intentional, very sort of reserved as well. They're not going crazy and overdoing it. They're really using their terrain to their advantage, and that does mean that the R8 are in a little bit of trouble here. They're getting pushed out of that space. They're getting pushed over towards the edge of the zone, and that means, or that could spell disaster for them if they're not careful. So nice to see VIP able to control that team in that way. They do have AFL ahead of them. That is going to be a little bit of an issue moving forward, but this zone is about to pop, DK, and we'll just have to see where it lands.
Yeah, hopefully it is going to be somewhere good for the teams, though. VIP, I like Milo's persistency here, just keeping a very tight angle over on towards R8. Doesn't want them to move out just yet, but this is where VIP needs to start to backtrack a little bit, right? Because Victex might be safe for now, but might not be safe for very much longer. We also do say goodbye to one of the Evo players up towards that northern side as Zone slightly pulls towards the south. It is going to force a little bit of a rotation for some, but Equinox, again, finding themselves in a bit of a situation, a bit of a position where they could look to capitalize on that edge zoning that they currently have, because Vatic, they still need to move on up. Yuck, getting spotted out though as Victex locks it in. Good rebound coming through. And as I said, Victex might be in some trouble. Oh, fortunately, the awareness is there as well. The bounce is on the money though, and Victex, yeah, definitely not a cat, right? Doesn't have 9 lives. Can't make it all the way to the finish. Alpha 4, now this is their time to shine as ICT, unfortunately, gets gobbled on up, and down they go. Resilience, the next team out of here.
Hey, look, they're the best average on Miramar. They know how to play this map, and they are putting that knowledge to good use. Just going around. I mean, it's partly this zone though. Like, all of these teams are being pushed together through crevices and nooks and crannies, and you'd think it'd be easy, but there's just enough open space to make sure you cannot cross, and that is going to be a really difficult position for a lot of these teams. The teams that are in the center are going to love it. They're going to have a field day with this information. However, teams like 9Z, teams like VIP, all of those, they're going to have a really hard time moving into the next zone.
Yeah, but I'm looking forward to seeing just exactly how they will look to gain a bit of territory here, because we are seeing a lot of that edge play coming in across the board, right? So many teams just on the edge of that zone. But at some point, they're going to have to just commit to a push. I mean, speaking of pushes though, right? Vatic, they are going full send, just rushing forward into the zone, looking for an angle, an opportunity. Up north though, it is going to be Sun and Upgrade. Both teams trying to reclaim a bit of territory. We do say goodbye to Evo though, unfortunately not making it up into placement point territory. But slowly the numbers start to dwindle. The team's trying everything they can, and this is where the map kind of turns into a little bit of Sandhawk, right? It is quite a challenging position to try and play through. But this is where Baby Tang needs to be careful here, because, well, Sun, they've got a really good lineup right up onto their doorstep. We've got another squad there, Entity, just over onto the side. So I feel they've got quite a difficult rotation, quite a tough decision to make at this point, because it's not going to be an easy push forward in towards the zone.
No, it's not at all. You've got way too many teams looking at you, and the terrain is not helping you either. So, for Upgrade, I mean, they have 0 points on the board right now. I was thinking, oh, if they could just get 10 points, they'll be in 3rd place. But they have no points right now. 0. Zilch. They need to start thinking about what they want to do and how they want to do it, as Fear is looking up against Sun here. Sun Esports, they're in a building, but it's not going to stop Fear from trying to, you know, use a little bit of a fear tactic with those nades.
Yeah. I mean, I hope at least for the side of Upgrade that Fear is not going to get taken down anytime soon just yet, right? They need all the players they can to muster the assault here, but also, more importantly, they need to find a way to get themselves positioned, as the zone is going to start to close up very, very soon. So the timer is ticking. Fear G, was that 6 or G, whatever the name is, is going to start to move up. It's difficult to see as Wolf is just moving about so frantically, but the shots come in, they start to land. This is where Sun Esports now look to defend. They know what's at stake. They know that they can push it all the way through and get themselves even more eliminations on the board. But Upgrade trying relentlessly to gain a bit of a foothold here. It is, of course, all being denied for the time being, but up comes the push. We're getting slammed in their face. Oh, there is a lurker out the window. Gotta be super, super careful for this. But Sun, right, if they can play this one perfectly, Nip, this could be their opportunity to climb much further up those standings. But in the meantime, VIP, they're not gonna last.
Oh, VIP go out. That is a big upset there. Sure, they're in that top 4. We only have 1 game to go, but you know what? You want to be as high as possible, right? So, unfortunate that they have to go out so early outside of those placement points. However, we're going to move over, of course, to Sun and Upgrade. Ooh, just going to try and spray through that window, spray through that smoke, and it's not going to work. He buys enough time to ski-daddle out of the windowsill, and now it's a 1v everybody. Here we go. There we go. Another one. Another one. No, down he goes. Wolf ends up going down. It's now Spence's turn, and it's going to be a 1v2 and cannot do it. Upgrade have to take that win. That's going to be Sun having to take that loss.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles. We are down to 8 remaining teams. AFL, the next one to fall. They walk out of here with 3 points to their name, and now with the final 8 left to try and bring a bit of a shuffle in on the board, we do see the top 2 squads sitting on 44 eliminations apiece. Upgrade, though, finding themselves in a very uncomfortable position as Apex just keeps on moving in so relentlessly. Not seeing too much of an upside here for the side of Upgrade. In fact, we'll see very soon whether or not they can survive. But in the meantime, of course, we don't. Out they go! Down to 7. It is an Upgrade. Trying everything, but Entity coming through with a beautiful... locking in on the spray downs. They want to make this edge of the zone theirs.
Some nice Molotovs being used there just to anybody from pushing up that hill too far, right? Really like how they're using those as a defensive tactic, just to buy them a little bit of time. The zone has pushed way farther. Oh, but that overextension was crazy, Nexus. You did not have to go that far. He was trying to get info, but no info is worth getting knocked here, especially in a 2v3 situation. Now they've got to do something about it, as Apex going to be trying to go straight up against him here. Gonna get the 1. Psycho goes down as well. Oh, it's not looking good for Entity DK. 1 solo, and that is it. They're gone. They're done. They're dusted. They fall. They just fall against Apex. That was unfortunate. I thought we were gonna see more from them in this game.
Yeah, I gotta say that was a good build-up, right? They fall and down they go. But speaking about which, though, it's going to be R8 feeling the pressure now as well. Vatic, the next team, swept away as the pressure just gets so crazy at this point. 9Z also going to be the next one getting their ticket punched. And with that, we are down to our final four. R8 having a pretty tough position, down to a duo. Not quite sure if the odds rather are going to look to favor them at this point. They are right there in the mix, in the hot cooker. Apex trying to push on forward. Spence and everybody else looking for the opportunity. They already have 8 eliminations under their belt. R8 now just trying everything to survive, right? A little bit of backpedaling here, trying to ride the ridges, but a quick reaction play from the side here of Apex as they move over. Look at that. Oh, R8 not going to go down without a fight. Now Apex, wow. Oh, absolutely picked apart. I love how this is turning out. And of course, we still have our final 3 teams now to duke it out. But Wolves, right? Notice that they've just been chilling, right? They've been letting everybody just settle everything on the edges here, and they come in for the cleanup, sweeping on forward, moving in onto Equinox, quickly and swiftly dealing with them. And now they just have a solo pretty much to focus on, right? Because the other player from R8 doesn't have a lot of health.
No, not at all. And it feels like they've been playing this for a while. They wanted that revenge. They haven't done much since that Rondo, and now this is their time to shine in game number 5. R8 versus Wolves, 2v4, and Wolves about to make it everybody's business. The car goes flying. Great bait move. Down goes one, down goes the other, and a decisive win coming in from Wolves Esports. Take that chicken dinner and just launch themselves up that leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, that was a beautiful send coming through from the Wolves. Always appreciate some flying vehicles. But man, were they eager to get their hands on that winner chicken dinner. The desert really working out quite well here for them. So big GG going in their way. But now we need to see, of course, where it all ends up. I mean, the Wolves, they were, as you've said before, right? They're in the conversation a little bit. But with this performance, it really elevates them to that next place, right? Takes them from that 14th position in which they've started with this game and moves them just so much more further afield.
It really does. And, you know, we were talking about how that gap is getting a little bit bigger bit by bit, game by game. And now we're starting to see that gap close back up. I mean, how is this leaderboard going to look at the end of game number 6, right? Because we were starting to get that gap going, like I said. And so many teams, different teams, every single map. Every single match, every single game are coming up with a lot of points to keep that gap small. So it is going to be very interesting to see not only how these leaderboards have shaped, but also at the end of the day as well.
But I think it's typical day one performances, right? Teams trying anything that they can think of to try and secure those points as best they possibly can. And it's going to be a glorious 10-point finish here for the Wolves with regards to Elam. So putting them on a very comfortable and warm 20-point game. So good bounce back coming in from the Wolves, of course. No surprise to see them do that, right? We knew they were going to do it at some point here. So yeah, good performance nonetheless. But now we got to take a look and see kind of how all of this impacts the scoring. Right, where did the teams find themselves with regards to the match points? Because there was a lot of effort being put in, but only a few select teams really capitalizing on the eliminations.
Yeah, that's been really interesting to watch as well, right? Like, again, they're all different teams, but there's only ever a couple that seem to really pop off at any given moment. We're also seeing a lot of elims very early on in these matches, and yes, that's going to be partially due to the zone, but also these teams are just hungry for points. I mean, look at Wolves, 20 points, R8, 19, Apex, 12, and, you know, EQX coming in there with 11 as well. Equinox just really able to keep that consistency going and keep themselves in that top 3 conversation.
Yeah, definitely doing quite a bit of work with that, and I mean, I like where this is going, right? A few new rises coming in here. The double digits only extending all the way down to that 4th place this time around. So I like a few surprises here, and I mean, again, we could be looking at R8 doing quite a bit of a considerable thing with regards to their overall positioning. I mean, right, the first few games, not necessarily the craziest round that they've been having. They came into this match with, I believe it was, 26 points in total. So 19 is going to bode quite well here for them. Wolves also going to be quite happy with that. I think it should put them on about, 35 points. So that's at least somewhere on that first page. But a few teams still needing points, right? Fox Power, definitely one of the squads that I'd personally love to see bounce back a little bit stronger coming into the final match of the day. So, yeah, really looking forward to that. Factic, it's okay, right? They got a 1 point. VIP coming through there with their eliminations as well. Not quite sure how for VIP that really tallies up, but you know what? Hey, numbers are a thing, and so there they are. AFL also walking away with their 3 point contribution. So everybody trying their utmost to do as much as they can, but the one who did the most was all the way over from R8 Gaming, right? Region 8, Nika is going to be picking up 7 eliminations and a juicy 815 damage. However, taking quite a bit of damage, almost 400 damage throughout this match here. So good recovery on that end. But as we saw, R8 trying really hard at the end here to secure themselves that victory. I mean, walking away with 13 eliminations, 7 of those coming through from Nika over here. So a very, very strong force there, at least on the R8 Gaming side.
Indeed, and again, it's going to put them right back up that leaderboard. So very excited to see what we're going to be seeing coming through from them. Again, I mean, we're seeing such great talent across lots of different teams. That's really refreshing to see, because too often it's 1, 2, 3 teams that really just take everything and run. And this lobby, everybody is really giving everybody else a run for their money.
Yep, and I mean, that's kind of exactly what we're expecting to see, right? Looking at the performances that the teams have brought through from their respective regions. Now, all of that kind of meeting up here, right? No surprise to see that happen. But of course, we've got one more surprise left. And that surprise is going to return after the highlights. So enjoy them, and we'll see you back in a short few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Of course, the Wolves bagging themselves a glorious winner chicken dinner. Love to see that, right? So walking away with, again, with a pretty consistent chicken victory that we've had so far, right? 10 eliminations coming in from the team who gets their hand on the victory. So it seems like there's a little bit of a pattern emerging. Maybe it's just coincidence, but of course we'll have to see how much of a coincidence that will be with regards to their overall scores, right? They started much further down on the rankings here coming into this match, but that victory could definitely help elevate their overall position quite a bit. So we'll take a look at that in a second. But gotta say though, I mean, you pointed this out earlier, right? A nice spread across the board with who's all been able to secure themselves winner chicken dinners. And it's, again, not one team in particular, but instead a beautiful spread across the board.
It really, really is. As we look over at our overall rankings, right? Equinox being able to move into that first place. We've got now a 5-point gap between Equinox and Entity. And then R8 coming in 1 point behind, win third. But Wolves jumping all the way up. 8 points. That win gave them 8 places up into the top 5, back up into the conversation, only less than 20 points away from that number 1 spot, and this is exactly where they needed to be, especially at the end of day 1.
Yeah, but I mean, aside from the Wolves jumping up 8 slots, we did see Apex also climbing 4. We did see R8 also then moving up 5 positions. So a good change up that the teams are bringing in and a bit of healthy competition coming in across the board. However, the gap though between first and 16th place has gone from 30 points to, well, 41. So that is quite a bit of a play now, and quite a bit of a gap that not only Fox Power needs to make up for, right? Resilience also needs to really step up the game here alongside VIP if they want to, you know, stay in the conversation, as you said before, right? So the opportunity is at hand, but are the teams going to seize that moment? We don't know. Hopefully they will. That'd be a great comeback story for them. But of course, if not today, it has to happen tomorrow, right? Because only the team at the tippity top, only the team with that number 1 slot is going to be the squad to move forward for this region. So quite a bit of pressure, quite a high expectation for everybody to deliver. So we'll see exactly how they are going to look to get that momentum and that ball rolling very soon. But of course, first things first, we have to hop into our last match of the day, which is just going to be around the corner, right? Right back into the desert we'll go to see who will come out on the other side with even more winner chicken dinners. Could it be Entity? Could it be Region 8? Maybe Alpha? Could it be Upgrade? It could, right? It's all going to rely on what these teams want to do here. But this is where I'm going to do a thing, right? Any team in particular that you suspect could maybe unlock themselves a winner chicken dinner?
You know, I'd like to talk about NZ, 9Z doing your thing. 9Z, because they had a really great game in game 1 in the Rondo, and they were top 3, and they've dropped all the way to 11th. To 11th! Like, that's not good for a team that was looking so strong at the beginning of today. So for me personally, yeah, 100%, I need to see them have a win here in the last game of today.
Well, I mean, the expectation has been created, and we know that they are a team that can perform, but currently sitting with 26 points under their name, they can do more, right? They could definitely unlock a few of those chickens along the way. So excited to see that.
Yeah, excited to see that indeed, just like I'm excited to see how these players can perform with the new GT50 Pro coming in here, because we have some epic new features coming in. We've got some great things that actually, you know, tech stuff, not really my thing, but you know what? I know what it does. I know what the new tech stuff does. It gives you such a great cooling system, right? The real liquid cooling system. I mean, there's no better thing. It stays ice cold. The device stays ice cold even when you're in a 1v4 situation, and it allows you to clutch it on up. So the GT50 Pro is definitely the gamer phone that you need, and that all these pros need to do their best. So go ahead and check it out. It's right down there. Scan the QR code if you want to know more, and learn how you can get your hands on one.
Yeah, it'll be a winner champion deal, as it says on the banner right over there. So go check it out and get your hands on one if you're keen to do so. But as we saw, there's quite a few nice gadgety things for it as well, right? We've got a pretty amazing chipset that it's got in there. You've got that cooler that can go on the back. A whole bunch of variety of things that you could look to, ensure your device stays even cooler, right? Because why not, right? It's going to be so much fun. But of course, speaking of which, we are going to be waiting for our final match of day number 1 to come on in. Who will be stressing and who won't be stressing, right? That I think, but why really, right? There's no need really to stress all too much. Maybe if you're a little bit further down the rankings, right? But can a team
10
like
points.
Say that again?
If you have 10 points, then you're stressing. Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't say stress. I maybe just say you'd be a lot more determined to have an amazing run, right?
I suppose.
Go out there, go get your hands on a 21 elimination winner chicken dinner, because we like 30 bombs. We don't see them often enough, so maybe this could be us shouting your name out at the end. Go like, yeah, you did it. That'd be great. But
that would be awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's surprising to see Fox performing the way that they've been performing, right? I mean, overall, I was expecting to see them really bounce back, I would say, quite aggressively with regards to the map of Miramar itself, right? Because looking back at what they did in their respective region, there was exactly that opportunity, right? They were pretty consistent. They were a very good pacing team. So I'm surprised that we've not yet seen them really shine.
Yeah, I think they've sort of psyched themselves out. I think that was very evident in that Miramar where they had a great position on Everest and then left it because I think another team pressured them and then it just left, and then they tried to get it back and it didn't work. And I think that's what we're looking at, is like they're unsure. And this is a team that's unsure. They don't know. They have the good ideas. They know how to play, but now there's like big teams in here. There's different teams, and I think this is for some reason psyching them out a little bit, and hopefully tomorrow, they're gonna be able to have a much better mindset coming in.
Yeah, I mean that's the best that we could possibly hope for these teams, to see whether or not they can lock in as much as they have to. Well, because that's what we want to. That's what we want to hope for, at least for their end, right? See the teams to do the best that they possibly can. But of course, we are going to be stepping onto our map now, so we're not going to be jibber-jabbering too much about anything other than the action and the heat and the pressure that is going to be descending down onto the battlefield. So excited to get in on that, and of course, excited to see where the flight path is going to be going, right? Because we've been having a beautiful variety of flight paths being thrown all over the place, and the teams having to really jump through quite a few hoops. I mean, especially the last match, we're getting pretty close to that Los Leones position, but fortunately pulling a little bit further away from that. So teams, I would say, breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief, but we don't want them to feel too comfortable, right? We still want a little bit of that unknown, just kind of, riding on the edge to see, can they actually keep their cool all the way to the end? Well, and if they can't, they should get a GT50 Pro, because that definitely will help them keep their cool all the way to that finish. But yeah, I mean, Foxes, they've shown with the 40 points that they were able to secure in their regional play, right, that they can perform quite well on this map. They, in fact, got themselves a winner chicken dinner here. So
right,
they should step it up, right? We want to see them do exactly that. So only time will tell whether or not it is going to be on the board for them.
Only time will tell indeed. But DK, is there anybody else that you're looking for to maybe get into this Miramar, to win this Miramar? Is there anybody else?
Ooh, well, I mean, we could even be looking at NZ, right? They've been pretty consistent on Miramar as well, right? So if they were going to grace us with another exciting performance, this could be the one for them. So we'll see whether or not that is going to unfold here. Speaking about unfolding, though, we are going to be rolling in all the way from that northwestern side. We see the lovely oasis right over there, and it's not very often that we even see a zone heading up in that direction. I mean, I think I've already seen it maybe once, twice in my PUBG career, so maybe one day we'll get blessed with a beautifully northern zone forming.
That would be really nice. I would love to see that. I think I've seen, maybe the last one I remember was several years ago. and it teased Oasis. It went over to Oasis, and then at the last minute for like Zone 7, Zone 8, it moved away. It moved to the west, east side. So right about where R8 are actually is where it ended up going, and so everybody was very disappointed, but that was years ago now. So yeah, it would be nice to get that northern play path going. In terms of the rest of the map, I'm not really seeing any hot drops here. Potentially Picado, but I think Wolves are going to be trying to move over to Monte Nuevo, so probably just a little bit of that, you know, the glide clash, but not necessarily a hot drop coming on through here. But where's that zone going to go? DK, where is it?
Over there. I think it's maybe going to pull up to yeah, I was going to say Tierra Branca, but no. We were all wrong. It is going to be San Martin, smack dab center zone. This is, I think, going to be an interesting play now, looking at Evo, right? Because that is exactly where they find themselves. But I think also a good opportunity for potentially maybe Resilience to try and bounce back, as we have a few attempts there heading over towards the Wolves. Madion, yeah, that dagger is not going to do all that much at this point. The weapons, however, would definitely help make quite a bit of an impression. But Los Leones is going to be shared by two teams, at least for now. So I like what the teams have to work with here, right? It does set them up quite beautifully. But I want to see the North be really the central point moving into the next phase.
Same here, as we already have casualties over here. It's gonna be Vatic, and it's going to be, is that Entity over in El Pozo? It is Team Entity. They're not gonna lose any players just yet, but they took that knock and ran. They are not allowing themselves to really just overextend and do any of that. I like that. They got the knock, they used that as way to get out, and now they're going to regroup and get closer into zone, because their duo was over in power grids. There was no way they were going to take that fight on their own.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just got to weigh up your options and see what is going to be your most logical decision to make, right? I mean, power grid, sometimes a little bit of a tough spot, but you know, you got to bring the contention in, see what you can do with that. Excited to see though who else is going to look to step it up. VIP just continuing with their rotations, heading all the way back in towards Chumacera, so dropping close towards that southern edge of the zone, and then doing the sensible thing, right? Getting their hands on vehicles, looking to go elsewhere to get themselves nicely looted up. Reyes definitely going to be looking to play a little bit more of a strategic angle here, and of course that church not quite in the zone exactly, but if the zone is going to be pulling down towards the southern side, it will be a phenomenal vantage point to play from.
It really would. The churches on this map are so useful. They really give you so much space to work with, so much information, and quite a bit of elevation as well. They're really decent in that regard. So very valuable. If you have one in your position, then you're doing very well for yourself here. So we shall see as we look over at Truck Stop. Alpha for Legends, that's going to be Die here. Big chillin' on this side over by his onesies. His bonds is in Minas Generalis. So a pretty big split coming in here from everybody. But it is not going to be for much longer, I don't think. 4 minutes into the next zone we go, and teams are starting now to be looted, be ready to go, and get ready to rotate. A loot truck again. Love to see that. That's twice now in one day. We're seeing that loot truck be blown up, blown to smithereens, get all that loot, and move on. It's actually a really great tactic to use if you have to make a quick rotation, right? If that zone hard shifts and you're in Severny, you got to go to Millie or something like that, you get that loot truck and you're good to go.
Yeah. I mean, Severny on this map especially, right? Would be an interesting one to go for. Unfortunately, that doesn't work, right? There's no Severny on the map of Miramar. So, yeah, teams definitely looking to capitalize on everything the match provides to them. But I'm looking at San Martin, right? Things are starting to get quite exciting over there. Team Entity moving closer in towards that northern position. In fact, they've abandoned much of the north and just descended down in towards the south, where we find themselves, or where they rather find themselves pulling up into quite a bit of a congested area. You can see so many squads occupying that central zone region. So upgrade also presented with a bit of an opportunity potentially there up in Hacienda del Patron, but nobody else really being too far removed from zone. I mean, yes, we do see Foxpower all the way up in towards Ruins and that northwestern side, but it's not going to be too much of a deterrent, right? Hopefully they'll get those rotations sorted, get themselves much closer towards the zone, and actually try and regain a little bit of those scores. But now it is going to be Evo just looking to play for the San Martin Hills team entity right here alongside them. And again, two of the top contenders currently on the scoreboard finding themselves in that age-old altercation.
I don't know how they keep managing to do this. The top 3, top 4 always manage to find each other early on in the game as well. They don't give each other even a fighting chance. No, down they go, and that's going to be Hope taken on out. So, oh, and another knockdown from a flying vehicle. It's all over the place. Starboy gets knocked right after taking out one of the enemies, and now it's basically a 1v1 evolution. Kenny Dan, last player standing. This has gone terribly wrong for both of these teams, DK. It's a 1v1 right now. And Nexus, he's a good player. He's the one you kind of want off of this team to be the one to stand up and potentially get all of your team. But that nade was a really good one, and that's going to be him having to heal up and potentially just buy enough time. Kenny Dan's just bought enough time to res his teammate back up.
Well, I mean, that does seem like that is going to be coming through for them. They will bring Evo back onto at least a 2-piece. Not quite sure if they're going to be able to pick up the last one, as Snacks might get snatched on up as Team Entity Nexus also looking to do exactly the same. Everybody just focusing on kind of recovering from that engagement, but unfortunately for them, it is going to be Entity getting absolutely denied. Down they go. And now Kenny Dan needs to fall back into safety because, as per expected, right, another team looks to roll on through, and that is Resilience, looking for a bit of continuation, right? They want some points. They want to score something somewhere.
Wild stuff coming on through here. Resilience, yeah, really doing very well to kind of capitalize on everybody else's third parties, and they're moving with intent when it comes to that, right? They know exactly where those choke points are going to be, and they're trying their best to take advantage of those. So really like this heads up play from Resilience here, but it's all down to these top 3, top 4 teams. Just they keep on taking each other out, and that cracks me up because Entity, I mean, yeah, you're safe, you're good to go going into day 2, but you know, a couple more points would have been nice. And you know, Evolution just able to grab 4 more points. I mean, they were looking top of the leaderboards at one point. So for them, yes, they lose 2, but gaining 4 points in a lobby as close as this is a real win.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 50-50 trade-off, right? So good play on that side. But now let's see, can they follow through and make those lost teammates account for more than those 4 eliminations? Can they get way up into placement point territory? In the meantime, we are going to be looking up atop the hill here as we are all the way over in Graveyard. It is going to be Apex now squeezing themselves on through. Alpha 4 Legends come onto the side, but I like what Apex is doing here. Nice bit of a spread, trying to read the angles, trying to figure out exactly how they're going to decide to push in on here. But Chino, that off angle could definitely help them capitalize. You got to watch out though. I mean, especially I think for Virtue putting up into the church here at the Graveyard, it's a position over towards the west. But if the pressure comes in from the east, it's sometimes difficult to get a good hold on that. Hey,
oh, here we go, using the new feature, right? This is very recent. The helping hand feature allows you to climb up on stuff here too, unreachable. And so they might just be able to get up onto the roof using that So really excited to see how that's going to play out for them. Meanwhile, NG, Blinky, trying to do the switcheroony, trying to get in and out of the car because he's 1 HP. Those nades doing a little bit too much damage, but no, he gets stuck behind the vehicle instead, and it's all going very, very wrong. These games not so good for the not so good games. Down to just a solo killer, last man standing. He's gonna have to get out of dodge. Cloudy's already looking for him. He's gotta leave as soon as possible.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you did there with the name, right? Not so good games. Oh. Well, exciting stuff now for Killer and Hand. Can he survive? Can he carry the torch for his team? We'll find out soon because he might bump into straight out on the pole. So something could be cooking very, very soon. Meanwhile, straight out on the pole, they got a very wide spread over towards that eastern front center zone. Is going to be right on the money for Apex though. And they are going to be just loving what the zone has thrown at them. But here we go. I'm also quite curious about what Vatic could be looking to do. Right, nice setup on towards the northern side. There's a few opportunities ahead of them, but they don't seem to be too crazy about moving up just yet. And I think especially looking at Evo over here, they got to be careful because those buggies, that is one easy way to lose the teammate.
It is, and then especially when you bump into something and it sets it on fire, that really is dangerous for both of you. So hopefully they're going to rectify that situation going on in as Vatic now look to move in, potentially over onto the Hacienda side, not quite as far as Evo coming on through here, but they are going to be moving into Hacienda. Just checking, double checking, triple checking that there's nobody in there. There's lots of nooks and crannies that you need to make sure you flush before you can feel truly safe. As Fox, here we go with the mini. Takes a knock onto R8. There we go. Those are the points we were wanting to see, and none too soon either. 15 teams still alive. That means there's plenty of opportunities for those points to come on through. So hopefully for them, that's going to be a flush, and that will open the door for a lot more points.
Yeah, and we like open doors because it's, well, easy to walk into. But in the meantime, let's see what is going to be happening here for our teams that have not that many players left in the match, right? I am going to be looking over to the side of Evo, and what is Fox doing? Standing out in the window, counting ammo. Yeah, should stand much further in the building if you want to do things like that here. Let's see how this is going to play out. Meanwhile, atop the hill with Apex and Alpha 4 Legends, both teams, they've been in here a hot minute, right? No one of them not really wanting to give up the position just yet. Meanwhile, VIP, up they come, just crouching even more on the position here, looking for some kind of an entry point. The Wolves, this could be maybe another opportunity for that winner chicken dinner to come in on their end, right? They were just absolutely phenomenal in the previous match so far. Just trying to play a little bit more of a quiet approach, right? Don't want to make too much noise. Want to see what the lobby is going to do instead. Now, it all comes to pass as Apex, AFL, they need to get something happening here because stage 4 is coming in hot.
Stage 4 hot on the heels of all the teams trying to move into zone. Killer from NG definitely taking his time. The only solo on the squad so far. On the squad? In the lobby. Everybody else is gone or a duo. So he's got to play this very, very carefully. There's a lot of players still alive that could catch him out here, as the zone has centered up once again over onto the Graveyard Minas Generalis area. And that just means that we're going to have a lot of teams start to center on up, and this is where I think the action is really going to start at the 15-minute mark. These teams now too close for comfort for everybody here. And now the third parties are going to happen. Once those shots get fired, everybody's going to be like, ooh, shots, let's take advantage of that. Let's, get in on that. Let's capitalize on that. And yeah, we're already starting to see it. David is the first to go down in this altercation.
Well, it's about to be go time. Let's see who's going to get it though. I like Equinox's position also, just creeping up on the side there, right? Again, trying to be involved in a little bit of something here. 9Z Curious to see what their approach will be. Are they going to send it up onto upgrade? Maybe just keep a little bit of distance here. Both teams, of course, very close to each other, so anything could happen at this point. Apex, I like what the Mando is doing right here, right? Go just creeping in, spotted a bit of an opportunity up ahead there. Not having the clearest line of sight on it just yet, but I like the commitment to it. So hopefully something will come through from that for them. In the meantime, yeah, not much happening up on the hill here, right? It's like these two teams decided, you know what, we're going to move up. We're just going to take a moment to breathe, enjoy the low oxygen up here. And I mean, of course, in the meantime, that opens up the opportunity for VIP to start moving up, right? Get themselves set up right there on the side of the hill. And that could turn into something completely different. Meanwhile, Wolves, up they come. Just patrolling the surrounding area, looking to see if they can drag any action out of anybody. And Baton already receiving a little bit of that, now having to get themselves patched up, but a quick response heading over towards to the side of Molina. Oh, Fernando just getting caught up. So Lament definitely on accuracy with these spray downs.
Yeah, some really good sprays that we've been seeing actually all night. We've been seeing some great flicks coming through here as well. So that's really nice to see that gun skill being put to good use here. VIP have a nifty little ridge here for themselves, little bit of a cliffside that's gonna do them well for now, but you can already see Mando from Apex just looking down on them. So that's gonna have to be very careful. Hang on a second. Did somebody just get sniped? I heard a sniper. It sounds like Klaus was the victim of said sniper. Yikes. Need to see that and go over to that immediately as Resilient's going to lose one more player here. Molina is going to go on down.
Yeah. It's unfortunate, but now it's going to be go time again as Ventru steps up to the plate. Muddy on, quick on the nades, but unfortunately not letting anything loose just yet. Oh, they gotta get it. Nice bit of a cook. Ooh, yeah, fireworks starting to get thrown all over the place. Not exactly the kind of approach that you need to take here, but hey, you know what? If it works for you, don't do it. Because Madion just got dropped on down. And this is going to be venturing. Getting ready to full on send it. You can see Papi Sour just here up on the roof. Looking to capitalize on the opportunity position. And one quick push here from Venture, realistically, can end this play right then and there for Resilience.
No, I absolutely can. I would have preferred, perhaps, jumping off the roof onto the side there, and that would have given them an extra angle, but hey, it's working so far the way that they did it. The Grows are coming on through, and that's going to be Resilience. They did their best. They got a few points. Never mind, they got 0 points. Today's been a rough one for them. Hopefully they can bring it back into the next one. Team Equinox, in the meantime, do finally find that one solo of the NG pros here. Killer gonna go on down. That's gonna be 0 points for them as well. So that's going to be now a few teams bagging a few more points here. VT, for instance, they have 5 eliminations. Evo as well have 4, so it's finishing off really strongly so far. Of course, it's a little too soon to really tell all that much. Still 13 teams left alive, but with stage 5 incoming, it's going to be really hard to keep these numbers as high as they are for very much longer.
Well, I mean, it's about that time, right? It's about that time of the day where the teams really need to get something going here. And let's see who is going to be the one to deliver. Is it going to be Sun? Is it going to be R8? Oh, cheeky hit there. Nika just on the money, but 10's getting hit on down as well. Oh, Evo are going to be taking out, but now it is going to be Region pushing forward. Sun doing everything they can, and it is just upset after upset, right? Just so many hits raining in from all over the place. Region, I like what they're doing here, just quickly falling back in the vehicles, trying to reposition, trying to get that next position, but with the solo, it is going to be increasingly more challenging. Meanwhile, Vatic out in the open. Very unfortunate play for them, but R8 also going to be losing yet another opportunity here. 3 eliminations though, not too bad. I mean, they don't really have too much to stress about, right? Both them and Team Entity finishing on the same amount of points for the first day. So a good overall hustle on their end. Now, the final 11 teams can show us a little bit of magic, right? Especially over on towards the southern side of zone. It is going to be absolutely frantic, right? We've got, what, about 4 teams held up here? Not a lot of room for mistakes.
And the zone is going to shift away. I just know it because the zone is really toxic like that. Let's see where it's going to go. I mean, if it actually genuinely goes up to the north, that's going to be so interesting to watch these teams fight. And I think everybody in chat really wants that, unless, of course, you're favoring, you have your faves that are down to that south side. Let's see. It does! But it centers up, so it's not a hard shift. But it does mean that everybody on the south, not only does everybody on the south now have to move up, but those teams on the north are in a perfect gatekeep position.
I mean, this is kind of you get the best of both worlds, and this is the worst of both, right? Because everybody has to move up, and this is going to be quite a sticky one indeed. But looking at the options they have available to them, whoever gets there first is most likely to have a good fighting chance. And oh, hey, yo, Vatic now getting delivered onto the side here of Apex. I mean, Apex didn't even have to move all that much, right? The team came to them. So they're not going to say no to a golden opportunity. But this is where I'm still looking at AFL, because they've just been sitting there. They've been trying to ride that ridge, but we've not been seeing too much results coming through from that. Only 1 elimination is what they've been able to secure so far. And Apex, unfortunately, are going to be losing yet another player. So a bold decision being made by Apex. Unfortunately, didn't work out for them.
No, it did not, but you know what? Still 4 points on the board. It's still a decent result, even if they go out here and now. They can still be okay with today's results, right? We are going to see Venture try to res up their teammate here, so that's going to go well. Apex as well, probably going to be looking to... Oh, no, he can't. He can't res that player. Absolutely not. So he's just going to have to leave and go his own way. AFL, yeah. I mean, what do you even do here? I think if you're any of those teams, you're kind of messed up because you have power, but at the same time, you're also looking all at each other. So one wrong move, and you're kind of toast.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like trying to swim with one hand, right? You have to try and decide what your best strategy is going to be here, and it's a pretty difficult decision to make. But 9Z... they've been somehow miraculously able to kind of just keep themselves removed from a lot of engagements, right? They've also not really capitalized on a lot of those eliminations either, so this would be a good point for them to turn around. Era sends a nade out, unfortunately. Backfired almost on them, but Fox, they tried and they just delivered themselves instead. A very turn of events here for them today. I mean, 11 points in total. That is what they have to bag it on up. But yeah, a very tough day. Hopefully day 2 is going to go better for them. Now, Equinox, they've just been surging through, right? Even with 2 players up, they're trying everything they can. Surprise gets found. Shelby might be the next one to get hit, and that would be a very abrupt finish for them. But at least, though, they are sitting quite comfortably at the top of the board, and the 2 nearest teams to them have already beaten them back into the lobby. So not the worst scenario for them there. We do see a little bit of something now starting to brew here, as it is going to be Sun starting to push on up, looking for that zone positioning. Good spray down here from Shelby.
Oh my!
Can he get the full hat trick? Oh, quick reload, get it! Oh, so close. No!
Oh, I was so rooting for him to get that, but the reload just hit him at the wrong time. Ah, so frustrating. But I think, don't quote me on this, but I think because he went out, the last player went out, he does actually get all of those points. So I do believe he did get those points at the end. Equinox do have 3 elims, so I think that is correct. So at least he got those 3. But that is really, really upsetting that he didn't get the full squad wipe. Valiant effort coming on through here as 9Z Global up to 5 eliminations here in the midst of a big fight with Upgrade. or the end of a big fight with Upgrade, it looks like, because they're gonna leave FS behind, and they're gonna have to just go and do something else. Fear actually having to leave both of his teammates behind. Oh, that is really hard. Just gonna be moving on up here behind a tree, and big chill for a good while here, just moving inside of that zone. But teams know they're here, that he's there, and they're gonna be chucking those nades over. So let's see how that works for them as VT now under fire in that shed. And everybody DK, I mean, look, there's only one full squad here, and it's 9Z. No one is a full squad. Everybody is going down because it's just so scrappy.
Wow, there's so much happening here. VT and, of course, Upgrade both getting taken down as well. So it is just pure chaos. Right. I mean, the teams, they've been building up to this for quite some time, and now we are down to our final 4 contenders. Apex super low on that health bar as well. 2.4% chance to survive and get their hands on that winner chicken dinner. So it's not very likely for them to succeed, but, you know, they might still give it a swing as best they can. Alpha 4 now feeling quite a bit of a sting. Apex, this could be it. The final few moments for them. Able to recover a little bit of health as the health bars elsewhere are starting to move on down. But 9Z Globant, this could be a golden opportunity. Quite a bit of a spray across the way. And, I mean, they've got all the chickens over on their side, right? Everything is grouped up with them, and all they got to do is just focus down towards that southern side, fire up the hills, and just, well, essentially go out and grab the winner chicken dinner.
That is all that is left to do. VIP have actually basically shut themselves into that shack with that burning car. There's nothing they can do except hide out. And honestly, it's worked, right? They're in that top 4 now. They've just got to wait a little while longer, and I think surely somebody's seeing Apex. Apex, by the way, who has no meds. He's just 1 HP. That is it. Bonds is trying to repair his vehicle as it gets shot. I'm not sure how that ends up. Does it cancel it out? I have no idea. But in the meantime, yeah, maybe, right? As the zone is now going to be being put forward. I think Bonds is done for here. The vehicle is going to go, yeah, down he goes, and that's to 9Z. So AFL going to be having another really consistent game. Maybe they only enter the top 5, top 4 as a solo, but those placement points are super consistent on their side. Yeah.
No, they've been pretty consistent in that regard, but let's see who's going to be consistent enough to secure themselves the winner chicken dinner. Apex, solo, P90 in hand. Hope he's got the rounds to back it up, and that could still be quite a bit of a game changer, especially now with 9Z finding the angles over towards VIP. Both sides trying relentlessly to get themselves a bit of a fighting chance, right, for that winner chicken dinner. The numbers are definitely there. VIP now, of course, getting brought down to a 2-piece, and it's looking better and better for Apex, right? If Apex can just survive the demise here of VIP, that could be their golden ticket to just advance even more with regards to scores now. But 9Z, we were waiting a hot minute for them to step it up, and they delivered right here on the final match of the day. Not quite sure why Milos is going out of the blue. Looking to deny the point, and that's it. Apex getting a second place.
That's awesome. And look, he's got that P90. He's gonna get that one knock. He's looking just for that flush. He doesn't care about getting as many points as possible. He's just trying to get that one, right? Just trying to get another one, and he is going to be able to get it. So that's going to be one more point going over to Apex. Really good job. He is 1 HP. There's nothing else he can do, right? And now he's going to try and maybe wait out the 2 minutes rather, but I don't think 9Z are going to allow him to deny that point. They're going to try and grab this away from him. But GG's oh no, that's it, correct. He's just going to deny the point, easily done, and that is going to be 9Z. I did say 9Z, didn't I? Going to be winning the final game of day number 1. GG's pulling a big win out of the bag.
Yeah, GG indeed, going over to them. They really just worked their way through the magic here, earning Miramar for the final time here today. Getting that winner chicken dinner on board. Absolutely exciting stuff. But, I mean, an interesting zone that we had, right? Interesting shift with how the teams kind of look to bring up the basing. In the beginning, it was quiet for such a long time. I think we hit, what, maybe 20 minutes until we saw another team really getting dealt significant damage. But after that, it was just chain fight upon chain fight upon chain fight. The teams just kept on rolling with it. And of course, 9Z, they had the compound, they had the position, but I gotta say, you gotta give it up to Apex, right? They sort of play it, make it to the end, still trying to maybe bring in some kind of response. Unfortunately, coming to the realization that you can't beat the blue. There's just no chance.
Nothing you can do against the blue, right? That is the enemy coming for us all as we look over the team stats here, bringing it up to 11 total eliminations. So that's going to be a 21-point game to finish things off. Again, I know we keep saying this, it's day one. Of course the leaderboards are going to be all close together, right? But they are very close together. Yes, there are some gaps, but the middle pack are 1, 2, 3 points away from each other at a time. So, you know, a big game like this, 21 points shoots you up the leaderboard, and that's exactly what we're looking for, because remember, the end goal is champion. If you're champion, you get to go to the global finals of PMGO. If you're not champion, you go home. That is it. One slot only. When you're looking to do that, and there's a smash roll on day number 3, these teams, that 21-point game, shooting them into that top 4, top 5, closer to that top 1, able to get closer to a smash point potential at the end of tomorrow, is insanely, it's insanely good. It's exactly what these teams are striving for. So this kind of result is really, really good for them.
Yeah, definitely is. So all they got to do is just maintain that consistency, right? That is going to be the key here. So if you can keep consistency going, you're going to be quite happy come end of day. But yeah, a lot of teams doing some pretty good work here. I mean, looking at the scores, the eliminations still just up there the whole freaking time, right? Everybody just locking it in, nobody falling to the wayside, everybody trying to stay as relevant as they can. And I absolutely like this because, you know, it just keeps the competition so tight, and nobody really getting that major head start ahead of anybody else. And I mean, you pointed this out, right? You said the scores are close, not too close, but still close enough for major shifts to occur. So yeah, curious to see how this is going to pan out for the rest of the board. And of course, speaking about the rest of the board, here we go with Equinox finishing all the way over on this end. Only 2 eliminations going their way. Unfortunately, though, for the NZ Pros and Resilience, they got sent back with a bit of an empty plate here. But you know what? It's okay, right? Resilience, they did bounce back a little bit earlier today. It's not the worst scenario they could be facing. But of course, it means that for a few teams, tomorrow is going to be their main focal point, right? Tomorrow is going to be the day in which they will have to try and just better what today's performances were.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, tomorrow we cross the halfway point of the entire weekend of the PMGO regional finals for North America, right? Halfway point. When there's only one slot, that is basically like, oh, it's the final day. That's how you got to look at it. So the pressure is really on all of these teams. Maybe not so much on Remix, because he's been popping off basically all day today. When his team's been doing well, he's been doing well, and you're seeing that now. He's the MVP of the team with 6 eliminations, and wow, we nearly got to that 30-minute mark, 29 minutes and 50 seconds. So, you know, surviving a very, very long time. It's one of the longer games we've had so far. And actually stealing a lot of elims, right? 3 knockouts for 6 elims. So he's been picking off players somewhere that he had no business looking at. But hey, points are points, and that's exactly what he needed to get his team where they need to be.
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do, right? 6 eliminations is going to sit quite well with them. I mean, this is more than half the contribution to the overall tally that the team was able to secure here, right? Those 11 eliminations definitely going to help boot them up quite a bit. And we'll take a look at that very soon to see exactly where the teams are situated after our first day of play. And of course, so much excitement coming in across the board. Everybody just bringing in all the heat they can find. And I love it. Absolutely amazing. But that is why we are here. And now looking at our top MVPs, it is going to be R8 player right there at the tippity top, right? 13
Yeah.
eliminations, 7 assists, and 2,400 damage. Just 100 points, or technically 90 points, 90 damage points ahead of Hope, all the way from Team Entity. But Entity, they've been pretty consistent today as well, right? Just keeping up with the aggression, keeping up with those hits, and no surprise to see their players stepping up. But I like the fact that we have a player from different teams occupying each position here.
Yeah, and representing all 3 regions, right? So we've got some really nice, a really nice sort of variety of teams and players coming through here, and they're all very close, actually. I mean, Bonds, it's interesting that Bonds is actually as low on the damage as he is, considering he's only 2.2 elims behind the #1 spot, behind Nika, right? So that is an interesting thing to look at, but apart from the damage issue, everybody is very, very close in damage, in assists, and elims, so a very tight race for that MVP.
Yeah, and of course that race will continue all the way through tomorrow and that final day, so there could still be quite a bit of a shift, or the players could look to lock in on that consistency. I think it might be quite a bit of an upsetting day tomorrow, right? I'm suspecting the teams that are a little bit lower towards the standings are really going to bring in a lot more pressure with tomorrow's performances, so really looking forward to seeing how all of that is going to pan out. But of course, we've got to take a look and see what the overall point situation is, right? Who made any major moves? Where did that Winner Chicken Dinner for 9Z move them up to, right? Are they now in the top 8? Are they close to the top 8, right? Has that been enough to get them a little bit closer to the threat zone, right? And that, of course, is the top position, right? The only slot that really counts by the end of day number 3, right? Because that's what we're all playing for. So we'll get a quick look at that in a short few moments. But gotta say, the team's just bringing in quite a bit of a consistent flow, right? As you can see, not one single team dominated today, right? Everybody getting a chicken. Well, only 6 of them, but still, right? Everybody getting their opportunity to land that winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, and I think that we saw more consistency on top 3, top 4, right? So we saw several teams consistently get that kind of podium finish, but the wins themselves and the opportunities that each of the teams had, yeah, it was very even across the board, and really makes for a more exciting tournament coming into the next couple of days, right? Because it would be very easy to say, oh, well, so-and-so is going to be champion if they really all did, you know, one team just dominated, but they haven't. They've all done so well, and it is going to be Equinox at the top of the leaderboard after day 1. 54 points on the board. AFL moving into that 2nd place, just 5 points behind.
That's close.
That is close.
That is really, really close. But yeah, I mean, this is exactly what we looked forward to seeing here, right? Teams bringing in as much as they can. And I still want to see tomorrow. I want to see whether or not the teams over on that right-hand side can use the opportunity at hand and really bounce back. I mean, I think realistically, Evo, Apex, it's going to be not a tall order for them, right, to try and kind of move further up in the rankings. But for the teams over on the left-hand side there, the right-hand side rather, Resilience, Fox Power, I want tomorrow to be their day, right? Because, well, they proved themselves coming through from their respective regions, and now they have to step up to the challenge once again. We want to see everybody try, right? That is kind of just the way it goes. But I got to say, very exciting day so far, right? Day 1, pretty much wrapped on up. The team's doing some very satisfactory action, bits of action here. Entity, Equinox, super consistent. 20 to 37, 39. That is pretty hefty with the eliminations, and I don't think they are going to look to stop anytime soon. But even straight out of Nepal, right? 26 eliminations, but they only got placement once. So, ayo, we want to see more points over on that end.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm also looking at Entity, right? 39 eliminations, as you mentioned, 9 placement points. 9! Like, okay. So definitely need to figure out how we can get to the end game a little bit more than that. But still, it's looking really, really good. Also, I want to see Vatic come in really, really strong. I know they came in for their regional finals in day 3 and then managed to qualify, like, you know, just skipped up so many placements, but here I think there's probably going to be a little bit less chance to do that, and so I really need to see them step up a little bit more tomorrow.
Yeah, well, that's all that needs to be done, right? Tomorrow, they got to come back, do their homework a little bit today here, make sure that they know exactly what they have to bring to the table to get to where they want to go. Because aside from fighting for that pole position, there's also the share of the prize pool, right? The higher the teams move up the scoreboard, the more money they get to bag along the way as well. So, yeah, really excited to see what that day number 2 is going to be bringing in. And of course, with the excitement, you're going to be on the desk tomorrow with Maxman.
Yes, I am. We're going to be going head to head on the no, we're going to be bringing you all the action for tomorrow's games, which is going to be super fun. Can't wait. Yeah, so stick around, stay tuned for that. That's going to be real fun.
Yeah, a lot of excitement coming in on that. I do think you and Max might eventually actually end up going head to head. But of course, there's only going to be one way for us to find out. We'll have to tune in tomorrow to see exactly what the teams are going to be doing and whether or not these other two are going to be having a thing happening over there. Who knows? Until then, we'll see you all back again tomorrow. Same time, same place, and even more pressure on the teams. Until then, stay safe.